Hello everybody and welcome back. My name is Manga Writer and today I'm finally released from the shackles of the anime video and I can at long last move on with this retrospective, where I can go in a new, fresh, and different direction. Ah, the euphoric bliss of saying that. Talking about the many other adaptations Death Note has had over its many years. The most popular of these Death Note adaptations is the one I will not be covering in this video because I don't have the drive to drink poison just yet. But the second most popular would have to be the Japanese live-action movies that were both released in 2006 in Japan, merely months apart from each other. And with them being released in 2006, this means that technically, these movies were the first ever adaptations to ever be made of Death Note, even predating the anime by a good few months. These films were both directed by a man named Shizuke Kaneko, a man who started his film in amateur filmmaking with the short Shaman and Mizuru no Hazashi. He graduated from Tokyo Gakugei University, and in 1984, his first directorial debut was of a film named, I'm just gonna make sure I get this right, Koichiro Uno's Wet and Swinging. It was a 21st film in the series of romantic pornos, or pink films, made by Japanese studio Nakatsu. A film that, I shit you not when I say this, a film that would actually go on to win him an award at the Yokohama Film Festival for Best New Director. Fun fact, in 1988, he also directed a porno called Last Cabaret, which was the second last romantic porno that Nakatsu ever made. My man started off in Rule 34. And who's going to argue that the artist's life isn't interesting? He would then go on to direct a few more erotic films, would branch out into more genres with movies like 1990's Hong Kong Paradise, and collaborated in directing a story told in 1993's Necronomicon. A movie that, to all Lovecraftian fans out there, go watch. It's amazing. But his more famous and recognizable works would be his contributions to the Dai Kaiju genre, with his 3 Gamera movies, Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah Giant Monsters All Out Attack, Godzilla Final Wars, although he went uncredited for this one, and he even directed multiple episodes of the 2005 show Ultraman Max, another series that has a very loyal fanbase. Throughout these few decades, he would win 2 more awards, these ones being Best Director at Blue Ribbon Awards in 1996 for his work on Gamera, the Guardian of the Universe, and won the Japan Sci-Fi Awards in 1997 thanks to his work on Gamera 2, Legion Invasion. He was also nominated for the Japan Sci-Fi Awards in 1996 for his work on Gamera Giant Monster Aerial Showdown, but he was beaten that year by Chohei Kabanyashi, a science fiction writer who wrote the book Kotosubo. From his early beginnings, many projects, and multiple awards throughout his life, Kaneko had a very diverse backlog of films, which led to his next, and arguably, one of his most famous projects to date. In November of 2005, Warner Bros. Bought the distribution rights to Death Note, a move that at the time was seen as fairly risky given that although the manga sold very well, Death Note was still not the cultural juggernaut that it is today. In the same month, Nakatsu, wanting a fresh start away from their more erotic phase of the company's history, accepted the proposal to work with Death Note's production, the proposal being accepted by a man named Naoki Sato, who was the new appointed president for the company. While everything was practically set up to get the ball rolling, the movie still needed a director, and Kaneko got the job of directing the adaptations in December of 2005. To quote the man himself in an interview with Brooklyn Whale about his time with Nakatsu, "First of all, I'd like to explain about the role of Nakatsu in the production of Death Note. When I joined Nakatsu in those Roman porno years, they were producing and distributing as well. Contemporary Nakatsu would produce as a second production company, but don't have any distribution rights. The experience I had at Nakatsu in the early stage was pretty good, because I learned all the skills a director needs to make a film in a really chop way. Coming back, the whole circle being back in Nakatsu, of course I feel a little nostalgic, being back at the old nest." But while the film now had a director, the script for the first Death Note movie wasn't even done. But thankfully, screenwriter Tetsuya Oishi was able to complete the first draft of the first movie's script in just a week, according to an interview with producers Sato and Tanaka. And during the holidays, the script was finalized, although Kaneko was not available due to working on another TV project at the time. But after everything settled and everybody was free, production of these 2 films commenced. And to say that this would be a roller coaster ride in and of itself would be a serious understatement. Warner Brothers and Kaneko understood that in order to faithfully adapt the story of Death Note, Kaneko wouldn't be able to make just one film, so the idea of making two was quickly set in stone. That sounds pretty good, as you now have more time to adapt the story, until you realize that Kaneko was given only 1 year to make 2 movies. 1 year to not just film them, but to script, shoot, edit, and release. Suffice to say, things were looking very intense. Starting in late January, shooting of locations and crowd shots were done despite the script not being finalized, and on the 1st of February 2006, the proper shooting for the first movie began, and with the help of a few assistant directors provided by Nakatsu, filming was eventually wrapped up on the 23rd of March, which while that sounds very quick, post-production of the first movie actually began to overlap with the production of Death Note 2, which meant that during post-production, Kaneko was writing and finalizing the script for the second movie at the same time, writing it all down on a laptop while he was in the recording room. Shooting for the second movie began on the 1st of June, and 16 days later, Death Note 1 was released to the public nationwide in 400 theaters, where the cast and crew attended opening day celebrations at certain cinemas, giving interviews and thankful words. When they got back on set, Kaneko caught wind that most of the cinemas hosting the movie were fully housed right from the first screening in the morning, which when everybody else found out about it, they had a great boost of confidence for the second movie's production.
お客さんの反応もいいみたいで、やっぱ嬉しいですね、その分ではね。監督は今日なんか映画がヒットしているらしくて機嫌がいいです。
After getting back on set, the rigorous shooting began once again, and on the 30th of July, the filming stage was complete. And on the 3rd of February 2006, the second movie was released in theaters, being met with widespread praise and adoration. At least in the East, and anime fandoms. General critics really didn't like this movie. There is so much stuff that happened behind the scenes, and do not worry, I will be getting into it throughout this video. You will be subjected to my autism. But to say that the history of these movies' director and the struggle he had to go through to get both films out in just under a year is nothing short of fascinating and incredibly impressive. Doing that much work in a year is insane. Kaneko even says himself that he got 2 years worth of experience out of doing Death Note. But in saying that, this kind of film production story usually doesn't have a happy ending, and trying to condense a story as complex as Death Note into just under 5 hours meant that loads of changes to characters and plot beats had to be made. And because of the distaste that was left in my mouth after sitting through the OVAs before watching these movies, I was not very excited, to be completely honest with you. Coming completely clean, I went into these films expecting the worst. I thought that these two movies, like the OVAs, would completely trip over themselves trying to cram so much of the original story into a shorter runtime. And my initial impression was that it was going to be so bad, it's good. So even if they turned out to be terrible, I would at least be entertained. Fast forward 4 hours and 42 minutes of film later, and I was left with a completely different opinion. Because what I discovered as I watched were two movies that made so many changes to the original that the new story not only fit comfortably into the 4 hour and 42 minute runtime, but told a story that was just as smart, just as intense, and just as compelling as the original source material. These movies turned out to be not only solid films, but excellent films. Movies that I would argue even rival and occasionally surpass the original manga in its quality. And to show you why, let's not waste any more time and dive straight into the 2006 Death Note adaptations, starting with the first one. The movie begins its long streak of changes by the opening 8 to 9 minutes taking place in a completely different time frame to the manga, where instead of showing Light getting the death note and killing his first few victims first, the film instead throws the audience straight into the death note being dropped into the human world, and then jumps forward a lot to the height of Kira's killing spree. It's through here do we see the real-world situations involving victims dying suddenly to heart attacks, all of whom are criminals who did varying acts of injustice, all the while never seeing who was actually committing the murders until much later, where the climax is of Light murdering a man holding hostages on the news in front of an awestruck and terrified crowd, which to those who remember from the original story, this was actually the first kill Light ever committed there, but now is done to be his 154th kill, giving this death a very differing context and meaning. A small detail that I think was a very ingenious way to subtly reference the manga this film is based on. I think it's really clever. Although, one slight nitpick I have with the crowd scene is that, yeah, I found it very silly that Light would just pull out the death note and start writing in it for everyone to see his giant-ass handwriting, rather than pulling an OG Light and using a small scrap of paper or something a bit more conspicuous. Like, seriously, Light, what are you doing? Just anybody can see this. And look, I do understand that this was done for a lot of reasons, both for in-character and meta contexts, but I do think that it's funny that in this canon, the fact that Light could have been caught way earlier if someone just so happened to look to their left is very amusing to me. Hell, in behind-the-scenes footage, someone actually did just that. You fool! They saw you! Get rid of her, quick! But I understand that drama is drama, and while in a meta context it can be seen as silly, the idea of Light doing this kind of reckless act and getting away with it under so many potential prying eyes does allow for some good tension and even some intimidation. Because through doing this, it does reinforce the fact that Light is getting a very big high off of his killings, and at this point in time, no one is out to get him yet. So he's just flaunting his power whenever he can. Very similar to how a child would use any kind of opportunity to share his newest toy. Is my anti-Light bias a bit more obvious? Look, I know I came off as very anti-Light in a lot of my videos recently, but you know, it's all for memes, okay? Don't take it too seriously. I still think he's wonderful. But with my nitpicking aside, the film, in just its first 8 to 9 minutes, is showing off its insanely good writing. Not only was the opening very dark and creepy with the countless reports of mass murders in various newspapers, and getting to see just how vulnerable Kira's victims are in very crowded locations and even behind bars, the film also had a lot more debate surrounding Kira's ideology much earlier on, with the public constantly talking about the good and the bad that Kira is bringing to the world, a debate that in the original story took a bit later to get into, which to those who remember the manga video, look, I don't blame you if you don't, it was released about a year ago, Oba didn't exactly want to highlight. But I personally found it very refreshing to see a more nuanced approach to Kira being done so quickly, and actually getting to see the public's reaction mold in various ways, from internet forums, texts, fantasies, interviews, and even religious preachers all coming out with their opinions of Kira, because all of this gave the world of the story a lot more foundation, and the plot was given this very new breath of fresh air that I found really interesting to watch. The way they accurately managed to show how people would talk about something like this was very good representation into the human mind. The opening also holding off on showing Light as the culprit I think was a very good idea, as through doing it this way, the film now works for two different audiences, the fans of the manga who already know who's behind the killings, and the newcomers who have no idea what's going on. For the OG fans, the opening is a very refreshing change of pace that shows a lot more of society reacting to Kira's reign, and the deaths are just as quick and brutal as the manga, albeit a lot more dramatized for cinema's sake. And getting to see them adapted for the big screen was something I'm sure the fans all loved when they watched it for the first time. As for newcomers, the opening works in making them feel on edge and uncomfortable. These people have no idea about Light or his ideology, and through that, their only hints to how this mysterious killer functions is through the victims, the articles, and the conversations between the public. making them have to pay attention and get more engrossed in the film because of that lack of prior knowledge, basically psychologically tricking them into having to look into the story, which in the end makes them seeing Light for the first time and learning how he actually kills his victims a lot more unsettling. Light's unchanging expression also being a big factor for newcomers to find him unnerving. The decision to make this part of the original story the first thing you see in this canon was a really genius idea. This opening works both as a wonderful adaptation of the original's killing spree and a very gripping and disturbing thriller that begins the story on a very engaging note. Kaneko absolutely knocked it out of the park with the opening, and the way the death scenes play out and you actually get to see the names of the victims being written right before they keel over is just mwah, mwah, wonderful filmmaking. Small fun fact about the opening: instead of the crowd footage being shot and the news footage will be put in post-production, the filmmakers actually had that footage be played live to the crowds during those scenes, which meant that the team had to put up an announcement before filming so that the general public wouldn't be confused or panic. Which makes the whole pacing of these scenes a lot more impressive given that the team was filming against live footage. This is where we also get our first glimpse of Light's actor, Tatsuya Fujiwara, who as we go through the film will show off his incredible acting skills, and his fantastic range makes perfect sense given this actor's very impressive background. Fujiwara was born in 1982, meaning that he was around the ages of 22 to 23 during Death Note's production. His first ever role was in 1997, where he auditioned and got the main part in a Japanese theater production of Shindoku-maru, an old Japanese folktale, at the age of just 15 years old. And it was a show that was produced and performed in the Barbican Theatre in London, meaning that from the very start, Fujiwara had a lot of eyes on him. While on the stage, Fujiwara also performed in the legendary Shakespearean plays Hamlet and Romeo and Juliet. Through becoming all kinds of different characters on stage, his passion for acting only got stronger, and through more roles in the worlds of theatre, TV dramas, advertisements, and then films, he would land many different parts, with one of his greatest hits to fame being his work on the 2 Battle Royale movies, the first one being the one I'm sure a lot of you might recognize him from. Though what I think is the funniest role he's gotten was that in the year 2000, he was cast as the Japanese voice of Kuzco from Disney's Emperor's New Groove. Like, Emperor's New Groove, Battle Royale, all in the same year. 2000 must have been fascinating for this guy. In terms of actually getting the role, Fujiwara was casted to be Light after one of the producers suggested it to Kaneko during production. And in interviews, it is clear as day that Fujiwara's dedication to playing Light was a very serious task for him. In one interview, he was asked a series of questions about how he felt towards getting the role and things he found particularly challenging, and these were his answers.
嬉しかったですよ。僕はライトが非常に好きなんですね。まあ、過剰な正義に突っ走ってしまいますけれども、後ろを顧みず、本当に決して元には戻れない状況に自分の身を置き、そして世界を相手に戦っていくっていうのは、なんかこうそれだけ聞いたら僕はかっこいいなと思いましたけれどもね、憧れる存在ではあると思います。この中の叫びと八神ライトの叫びっていうのはどっかで共通している部分があると思います。難しかったですけれどもね、彼の役っていうのはね、やっぱり本当に孤独で天才がゆえ、やっぱり感情を表に出さないですしね、すごく難しかったって、だからイコールまあやりがいがあったっていうことなんでしょうけど、まあ天才ってとこかな。役作りで苦労した点っていうのは、もちろん漫画が原作なんでね、セリフ一つ一つっていうのはどうしても言いづらい部分があったり、腑に落ちない部分があったり、本当に今のお客さんに本当にこれは伝わるセリフなのかって、こっちは本当に悩んでしまうようなセリフもあったんですけど、そういう部分も監督と話し合って、 直したりそのまま喋ったりっていうところも苦労しましたし、あとはその非常に原作ではそのなんか単調な思いで描かれてますから、だけどもうちに込めた思いっていうのはライトってものすごく熱いじゃないですか。そういうものをリアルに実写でやった場合に非常に僕は損をする危険性があるなって感じたので、ちょっとそこは微妙に難しかったですね。だからなんかこう、余計な動きとは言いませんけれども、ちょっとしたこう動作で表現してみたり、それが間だったりセリフの強弱があったり、そういう部分を多少強く出していったのかもしれないですね。
An absolutely huge thank you to Kola-san for translating this interview. It was a massive help. Go follow her on Twitter and show her some support. She is a lovely individual. Through even this one interview, and trust me, there are a lot that I found throughout the production of this video, it's safe to say that through his dedication to make Light into an enjoyable and interesting character, Fujiwara was ideal casting. But after that intense and memorable opening, the film cuts to a more lighthearted scene where Light wins money off of his classmates by being very good at basketball, something that Fujiwara, fun fact, actually spent a week practicing before shooting.
頑張ります。練習したんですけどダメですね。手がかじかんでバスケの才能がないみたい。スポーツ自信あったんですけどね、今日でも自信なくなっちゃいました。
And during one of these moments, apparently he landed a very lucky shot. So that's just really funny to me. And the shot was kept in the film, so, you know, good job, Fujiwara. And after landing a pretty good shot that was edited to high hell in some versions, he goes over towards his girlfriend, Shiori, who scolds him for using sports to pay for lunch money.
The fuck you doing here? Identify yourself. Who the fuck are you?
Yes, I said Light's girlfriend, Shiori, because rather than being the alpha male loner that he was in the manga and anime who could win the swooning hearts of every girl he wanted, in this canon, Light is instead a dedicated lover to Shiori, an entirely new character that was added in by the writers. And I absolutely know the fear that a lot of you people have right now. There's definitely a tendency for adaptations to go really bad once they start writing in entirely new characters into the narratives. But Shiori? She's not one of them. Shiori wasn't a bad addition. Shiori basically acts as the yin to Light's yang, where her very strong anti-Kira sentiments are the prime source of conflict for the two characters throughout the film, finding the idea of a thing that can kill any time and anywhere to enact justice to be a very disturbing idea. In a way, her philosophy is very similar to that of Soichiro Yagami and how Light originally thought before he was corrupted by the Death Note, making their exchanges throughout the film very interesting to listen to. And according to the writers, that was their intention with Shiori's addition, as through remaining the same, she exists to show how Light has fallen and will continue to fall throughout the movie, all of their interactions highlighting many of his negative traits. They confirmed this allegedly through an interview done in Shonen Jump Weekly, but unfortunately when I tried to look for it, I couldn't find the source. So take this with a pinch of salt, of course. There is a chance I might be wrong. Fun facts about the actress: Shiori is played by Yu Kaishi, who had done previous work in a good few movies, TV shows, and even the video game Genji Dawn of the Samurai, before landing the role of Shiori. She was the age of 17 when she got on set, and she actually had her birthday sometime around the production of the movie, which the crew celebrated alongside her. So that's very cute. Also, this basketball scene was her first moment as well, so that was convenient.
頑張ります。寒かったですよね。はい。お疲れ様です。
Aww, ain't she just a sweetheart? Through a small exchange between Light and Shiori about the true nature of Kira, we get to the backstory of how Light fell from grace, where the movie begins to take certain parts of the original story and create something completely new and compelling. Instead of the original, where Light had always had this sense that the world was rotten and thus found the killing of criminals to be something he got used to quite quickly, movie Light's descent into madness is instead done a lot more tragically. Like Shiori, Light was a man that believed in the law and the order that the police carried out. No doubt that was mainly because of the greatness of his father. And after being so inspired by his dad, Light was actually studying to become a superintendent. But as one night when Light went into the police archives and studied what had happened to the criminals who got arrested, a very cruel and shocking reality caused his entire worldview to shatter. As it turned out, many criminals, including the worst of mankind, had their cases dropped, and thus remained on the streets where their terror could possibly spread again. Fun fact, this scene was the first moment that the crew filmed, and was directed both by Kaneko and an assistant director named Otsu, which producer Naoki Sato claimed was actually all done by Otsu. I can't really verify that, because behind the scenes show Kaneko actually helping with production, so yeah, I don't really know what Sato's talking about. I could be wrong, of course, but I don't know. Don't believe your lying eyes and everything. With Light desperate for at least a shred of hope that justice prevailed in some small way, he manages to track down one of the criminals that he found in the police archive inside a shady nightclub. And to his horror, found out that not only did the criminal not change at all since his arrest, but he even brags and makes light of the night he took a child away from their family, mocking their screams and pleas in a very twisted fashion. Light even gets a taste of the man's derangement himself when one of his goons spots him overhearing them, and the gang go up and threaten Light themselves. With the killer brandishing a knife at Light, reminisces on the feeling a blade has when it's plunged into flesh, and he declares to Light that no one, no matter how hard they try, can put him behind bars, nailing the last part of the coffin that was Light's original philosophy. I will say that the actor playing this absolute psychopath did a very good job at hamming up his performance. Is it a bit cartoony? Yeah, sure, that's definitely a valid critique. But given that this film has a lot of Shakespearean undertones, I think it kinda works for the film. It is at this moment of pure helplessness and despair for his black and white worldview being tainted with millions of shades of grey that Light finds the Death Note, mysteriously dry in a sea of heavy downpour. And despite what you may think, that actually wasn't CGI. Behind the scenes footage shows that to get this effect, the crew put an umbrella above the Death Note and created a mechanism so that the area of the ground remained dry. Albeit when the Death Note dropped into the human world, yes, that was CGI. I'm not going to spell out which part is CG, like, you guys aren't dumb. And it was a pretty hectic day of filming, as not only was it extremely cold and the rain was torrential, but because it was filmed in the winter season, there was actually a brief snowstorm that happened halfway through filming, which thankfully the snow was melted away by rain and wasn't actually shot. Some other small fun facts. The location of Light finding the Death Note was a few blocks away from the main street behind Ayama Gokuen University in central Tokyo, and on the day of shooting, a traffic accident had actually happened on Route 246, merely steps away from the location according to Sato. Was that God's way of representing how the production of Death Note was gonna go? Because in that case, hoo boy! Oh dear. As the movie hard cuts to Light reading over the rules of the Death Note and finding it silly like his manga counterpart, he overhears a case on TV where a criminal killed a young girl by stabbing her to death in a public bathroom. And after hearing that the killer felt no remorse for what he did, Light passively writes his name down in the Death Note before clocking out for the night, waking up to the news of the monster's passing in the morning paper instead of getting the news right after, like in the manga. I think him figuring out the day after was actually a really fucking genius decision. Because now it's like Light is going, okay, I thought of this person dying yesterday and now he dies today. The fuck? That's a weird coincidence. And yeah, by any logical standards, that would just be seen as a coincidence. Creepy, but still a coincidence. Also, yeah, the film isn't at all subtle when it comes to criminals being pure scum in this film, as through them being almost cartoonishly evil, it allows the audience to sympathize more with Light's convictions. Dramatization, everything like that, yada yada yada, you've heard me talk about this before. And I mean, it just makes their scenes a lot more memorable. Come on, there's nothing wrong with that. With Light attempting to piece 2 and 2 together, he goes out and experiments with the Death Note again on the guy he met at the club. And after we get a brief explanation of some of the notebook's rules, the psycho dies to a heart attack right on cue, as a train whirs by and his friends watch on in horror as their friend dies right in front of them. Light getting the final confirmation he needs that he was the one responsible for the previous and current deaths. He returns to the place where he found the Death Note before, probably thinking of dropping it and running away if I was to judge his expression. But before Light could potentially go back to a state of normalcy, he hears a voice from above, and down from the skies pops Ryuk, voiced by Shido Nakamura, in effects that really didn't age well, but I'll talk about that later. After Light asks some pretty good questions, and he takes in the sight of Ryuk as him most likely going nuts, along with any other poor bastard that just so happened to see him schizophrenically talk to himself, the reality of what he has done, and what he has become, finally sets into his mind. Light Yagami is now a man who has the blood of 2 criminals on his hands, men who took the lives of the innocent and are now rotting in hell for what they have done. And now, with this weapon in his hand, Light finally starts becoming the monster that is Kira. I find this whole take on Light's descent into evil something that is very refreshing from the manga, and it serves as a very good character study that, although it's very different to manga Light, still serves as a very good representation of Light's core personality, and is a great variation of many of the core themes of Death Note's story. In the original, Light was once a very bright-eyed student with vast levels of intelligence that was beaten down by life, becoming eventually numb to the state of the world around him. He thinks of the world as rotten, and doesn't think he can do anything to stop it. So when he finally gets a taste of power and realizes what he could potentially do with that power, he at first is unsettled by what he did, but quickly finds the drive to pursue his goal of ridding criminals from the world, and gaining his godlike status. But in this movie's adaptation, the writers went in a more dramatic direction, where instead of a death by 1,000 cuts type of situation Manga Light's philosophy went through, Movie Light's philosophy deals with something way more drastic and hard-hitting that changes his worldview overnight. This drastic change sparks a massive internal conflict for Light, where rather than accepting it like Manga Light, Movie Light is torn apart by this event. Like everything he understood or thought he understood about justice was all a lie. Light reading about all the cases that got dropped and then going out of his way to find one of these criminals in the flesh in an environment that very easily could have got him killed if he wasn't careful was a brilliant way to show the desperation Light had in clinging onto his old philosophy, willing to even risk his life in order to see evidence of it working. But reality is a cruel mistress, the criminal gloating and gleefully taunting the fact that nobody was going to jail him after being literally guilty for murdering a child, and the fact that no justice actually happened behind the scenes causes Light to spiral. His hope for a great future as a superintendent destroyed by soul-breaking despair. The books he once cherished as laws of the universe now feel like a mockery to all the victims who suffered by the hands of those monsters, and a mockery to everything he believed in. The people who he looked up to now look like frauds, putting on a slight veneer of good and grandeur, even when they actually do nothing to serve real justice. Victims die. Criminals get away with it. Society continues to suffer. Light's whole worldview that was originally indestructible crashes down like a house of cards. And I think that him finding the Death Note in this state, learning of its power and solidifying his quest to godhood after talking to Ryuk, was a very compelling change from the original source material's story, as now, not only does this version contain a lot of suspense as Light tries not to get caught like in the original story, that's like the big main appeal of Death Note, but this deterioration of Light's morality also has this constant underlying sense of tragedy, where one could believe that even if one thing was different, Light would not have become the monster he turns into throughout this story. This whole plot kicked off because of a moment of weakness, a moment of desperation to do something about the state of the world Light found himself exposed to way too quickly. Light suffered a terrible loss. Light losing his philosophy on that night was the equivalent to him losing his mind, his very sanity. Imagine thinking one way only to be shown that that way is a complete fantasy to your society. Of course you'd go mad. Of course you would do something as drastic as this. Light here feels so human, and his downfall feels so realistic. And believe you me, that tragedy is only going to get more and more brutal as Light slowly becomes way more evil as the movie progresses. Moving on from deep philosophical character analysis, let's talk about the effects on Ryuk, which I would say is unfortunately the main thing that this adaptation is remembered for. Although behind the scenes did show that a lot of effort was put into making Ryuk a reality, the CGI in this and the next movie really isn't that impressive. Looking like he came straight out of a PS3 cutscene, Ryuk does stick out like a sore thumb in comparison to everything else, and his more restrained and sporadic movements make his animation look very janky and a bit unfinished. The reason for Ryuk being done in CGI was because Kaneko wanted that to be the case. According to the Death Note wiki, it says, quote, Kaneko said that he chose to create Ryuk with computer graphics as it would make the aspect of Ryuk only appearing to people who have touched the Death Note believable, and that the audience could tell instinctively that Ryuk is a Shinigami with no real presence. Kaneko added that if a human actor represented Ryuk, the appearance would have been too realistic. The actor may have impacted Ryuk's presence, and the audience may have doubted he was a death god if only for a second. Kaneko ordered the graphics team to design the graphics as if it was an actor inside a rubber suit. Kaneko said that because Ryuk's physical structure is different from a human's, he thought of an idea of visualizing a person in a Ryuk costume. He also wanted the audience to think of Ryuk as a person in a Ryuk costume talking to Tetsuya Fujiwara. He said that he was asking for too much, and that he wanted audiences to see the film Ryuk as more than a product of the latest CG technology. This source comes from Shonen Jump Volume 6, Issue 6, released in 2008, and some quotes come from the website WikiWand. And like last time, when I tried to verify sources, I couldn't find the original articles. So again, take that with a pinch of salt. There might be a chance that Kaneko didn't say this exactly. And while I've seen critics, mainly in the West, completely lambast this film for Ryuk's effects, I'm going to go out on a limb and defend these movies. Because, number one, this film was made in just a few months, so of course the CGI wasn't going to be the greatest from the get-go. What the fuck were you expecting? And number two, if you let the bad CGI stop you from experiencing this plot, well, I guess this recording of me watching this film puts it best. If you don't watch films because they have bad effects, kill yourself. I find it to be such a massive disservice to ignore these films solely because of the bad CGI. Because when you look underneath the effects, the character of Ryuk is pretty much identical to how he was in the manga. He still has his trademark no shits given attitude and will serve as a lot of this movie's comedy and sinister undertones. Despite the technical limitations, the film do Ryuk so much justice, it's actually insane. He really is a great character in this film, even if he doesn't have as many scenes as he did in the manga. And since I'm still on the subject of Ryuk, here's some fun facts about him and his actor that I think are worth sharing. Nakamura was born in 1972 and debuted in the world of theatre as Shido Nakamura II after his father at only 8 years old. During his career in films, he co-starred with legendary martial arts actor Jet Li in the 2006 movie Fearless, and starred in another film in that year called Letters from Iwo Jima, directed by the legendary Clint Eastwood. Because of Japan's dedication to having people voice a character for the rest of their lives, Nakamura would go on to voice Ryuk in nearly every other Japanese project, voicing in movies, games, OVAs, and even in the 2007 anime series that would come out shortly after the movies. When it came to recording Ryuk's pre-dub lines, it was actually Fujiwara's idea to have the two act together in the same room, so that he could hear and bounce off of Nakamura when he began performing his scenes for the movie. I honestly don't know why they didn't do this beforehand, but, you know, good idea from Fujiwara. Because boy, I can only imagine that actually really helped them. Ryuk's animation was done via motion capture by Studio Digital Frontier, a studio that by this time had done projects such as Pokemon Heroes Latios and Latios, Appleseed, Super Mario Sunshine, and the first Resident Evil. The studio in future would go on to do other Death Note projects, and provide work towards small indie projects like Wolf Children, Bell, Metal Gear Solid 4, the 2019 Resident Evil 2, all of the Yakuza games post Yakuza 3, Tekken 8, and even Smash Bros. 4 and Smash Bros. Ultimate. Suffice to say that the studio not only evolved, but is doing very well for itself. Ryuk's motion capture was not acted by Nakamura, but by an actor named Daisaku Nishino, who would use pre-filmed footage projected onto a wall to act against while he was performing. Nishino was also an actor in the movie, where he played the insane criminal from the opening. That's just such a cute Easter egg. That's so nice. Because Kaneko wanted Fujiwara's acting to be convincing, a life-size dummy of Ryuk was made so that Fujiwara could act against it in the scenes where Light and Ryuk interacted. But this also meant that for those scenes, the crew had to film each of them twice. One take with the dummy in the shot, and one take without it. This kind of filmmaking was something that I'm sure was a little frustrating for Fujiwara, and in interviews he has humorously expressed the difficulties in working against a CGI character, with the star of Malaysia quoting him saying that Ryuk was so selfish and far more difficult to work with than a human actor.
みんなで僕はリュックと芝居が多かったんで人に合わない本当にいや面白いですよリュックは僕わがまま俳優って言ってるんですけどね何かにつけてスタッフ5人ぐらいに抱えられてねでまたこうよってねあいつは一本も動かないしねわがまま俳優って言うんですよでも可愛いやつですよいいですね、難しいしそして、でも楽しかったですしねでまだ僕も全然見てないんでどうなるかわからないですけども楽しかったけれどもじゃあその2人の関係が後編どう描かれるのか
But the most out there and fascinating fun fact that I found out during my research is that because Japan are really anxious when it comes to depicting either demons or shinigami, to a point where many are convinced that even showing it would be bringing bad luck to everyone that was involved in production, they actually brought in a real-life priest to do a purification ritual on Ryuk's dummy, with everyone on set attending it to watch the priest at work. I always kind of thought that Japan was very into their religious or mystical stuff, but this scene just showed me how seriously they take it. And I don't say this to be funny, I'm not being disrespectful here, that's just fair enough. That's really interesting to me. And I mean, yeah, the films turned out great, so you know, I guess the priest, he did his job. Well done. So, yeah. I think that anyone who tries to ignore and even downplay the effects they made into adapting Ryuk properly and accurately given the time frame they got, these people should never be taken seriously. If anyone even tries to make the claim that these films are quote-unquote lazy, then do the world a favor and just call them a fucking moron. I think it's about time that we all understand that a film is so much more than its effects. Like, my god guys, are we gonna forget that the Mummy movies age like fucking milk, but we still love them regardless? Why can't you do the same for Death Note? Come on. Getting back to the movie, 4 months pass in its timeline and it cuts to the police department trying and failing to crack the Kira case, with one officer theorizing that it could be a deadly virus causing the mass deaths, which calls back to a potential theory set in the opening. Soichiro Yagami, played by Takeshi Kaga, goes to see the commissioner, played by old actor and friend of Kaneko, Takeo Nakahara, where they discuss the idea of working with L, who Soichiro recognizes for his past work, like in the original. This is where we see Watori for the first time, played by Shunji Fujimura, and I found the way he's just staring at the wall with his back turned to everyone until someone calls to him to be very amusing. Fun fact, when I watched this film the first time, I genuinely didn't know that he was there until he was mentioned. Like, this could be me being blind. I completely understand that, but still, I thought it was funny. I am not at all sure if this was intentionally being funny, but if it was, good shit. Like, well done. I liked that. After Watori pulls out an Apple laptop, I get it, we hear the altered voice of L for the first time. This version being way more robotic than it was in the anime, which makes it even harder to figure out his voice, which was very cool to see adapted. As to me, it makes L really seem like he's just some kind of weird alien. He could even potentially be an AI.
日本の警察の皆さんはじめまして。L です。今世界で起こっている犯罪者をターゲットにした連続不審死事件は
And after L explains parts of his theory with the help of some very 2000 style technobabble and diagrams, yeah, the technology scenes in this film are quite amusing. Soichiro is appointed leader of the investigation team, and the movie cuts to Light gloating to Ryuk about his newfound fame on the internet, showing that even back in 2006, Yahoo was a better alternative to Internet Explorer. Ending off a good scene that adds a lot more tension to the story, and also does a great job at introducing L's more weird ways of figuring things out. It's in this scene where we see Lind L. Taylor, played by Matt Lagan, where the movie adapts the OG canon by making him not only foreign to Japan, but he actually speaks in English, with the movie dubbing over him as he speaks, exactly like how an actual news station would broadcast a reporter from a different country.
My name is Lind L. Taylor. 私の名前はリンド L. テイラー、通称 L です。この度 ICPO より
I find this to be a superb attention to detail, as now, to Light, it makes the whole Kira situation feel much bigger by having someone speaking in English taunting Kira, showing that the whole world is starting to get involved. It's a very cool power play. Very clever. After L. Taylor rakes Kira across the coals in dialogue that is way more scathing than it was in the manga, Light does his thing and murders him live on air, albeit much less dramatic than what the anime would do in its adaptation along with the manga. I like how in this canon, Light is aware that he lives with his family and that shouting his proclamations would raise a few eyebrows within his household. This boy is smart. Very good. L. Taylor is killed live on air, with Hagen showing off his acting skills he got from Mega Shark vs. Mecha Shark. Yes, that movie is real, go look it up. And after Light revels in glory and goes back to his business, L speaks up while his back is turned, and drops the insane power play that he did in the manga, declaring that once he finds Kira, he will be put to death, claiming to be justice before he hangs up, leaving Light completely stunned. But getting his spirit back, Light declares war on L, with the shadow of Ryuk shining against the wall as he does so, something they actually got from using the dummy of him. And the legendary cat and mouse game that made the manga so popular finally begins in the movie, ending a very well adapted scene that perfectly captured the change in events like in the original story. I like how L's proclamation was not immediately after L. Taylor died, but he actually took a few seconds to reveal himself, almost like he knew that Kira was going to go back to his business, and then dropping that bombshell on him would really shake him up. And trust me, L, you did. You really fucking did. Fun fact, this moment was filmed alongside the scenes of Light looking up the police reports and his first use of the Death Note from before. The next day, Shiori goes to Light's house, where we see some very cute acting between Light and Sayu, who is played by Hikari Mitsushima. But after a debate between Shiori and Light that shows the deeper Light has fallen, and him nearly making Shiori angry by telling Ryuk to can it, Light quickly changes the subject, and the two go out to an art museum, a place that the crew managed to get for a few days of shooting, where Shiori and Light see a couple kissing, being so enveloped in love that they don't care whether they're caught or not, and the two debate on whether or not they should do it themselves, with Shiori saying this very ominous line.
やっぱ人前でなんてよっぽどのことがないとできないよ。
お前がキラだと知ったら彼女どう思うだろうな。
しおりならキラが必要だときっと分かってくれるよ。
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Although it is quite short, I will say that this scene was a very good breather from all the intense moments, and getting to hear a very romantic 2000s style song playing in the background resulted in this scene not just being sweet, but even a bit cheesy. The good kind, of course. The efforts that the film is putting into Shiori's character is very obvious to see. She was a very good addition to the narrative of this movie. Back at the police station, L continues to show off his massive brain by conducting an investigation to show the times and dates of the victims, narrowing down the suspect to be someone attending college, albeit being way more high and mighty about it by mentioning a theory by Jacob Berluni known as the theory of large numbers. It's basically a theory that was made in 1713, and to quote the Britannica website about the subject, the law of large numbers was first proved by the Swiss mathematician Jacob Berluni in 1713. He and his contemporaries were developing a formal probability theory with a view toward analyzing games of chance. Berluni envisaged an endless sequence of repetitions of a game of pure chance with only two outcomes, a win or a loss. Labeling the probability of a win P, Berluni considered the fraction of times that such a game would be won in a large number of repetitions. It was commonly believed that this fraction should eventually be close to P. This is what Berluni proved in a precise manner by showing that, as the number of repetitions increases indefinitely, the probability of this fraction being within any pre-specified distance from P approaches 1. Did you get any of that? Because, yeah, I've read this a couple of times and I got nothing. I don't get it. But either way, L has to prove his title of being the smartest person in the room. Smart characters gotta be smart. I get it. If any of you make the joke, I'm quitting this retrospective. A small change to the investigation scenes that isn't the most obvious on first viewings, but I noticed as I watched the films back, but I like the fact that L isn't the one explaining everything and telling the police force all the answers, and there's more of the crew getting involved in seeing what's wrong with the information they're provided. It makes the police force feel way more involved with cracking the Kira case, and it makes the whole investigation feel more engaging to watch as it now feels more like a collaborative task, even if one can easily assume that L already knows everything before anybody figures out the puzzles he laid out for them. But still, props to him for getting people involved. Good boy, L. After this, the movie cuts to a family scene where Sayu shows so much personality in teasing her older brother for information about his girlfriend, like any sibling would. Can relate. With the mom, played by Godai Machiko, joining in on the fun, showing a much deeper and loving dynamic between the Yagamis than the manga. Michiko, by the way, was an absolute sweetheart on set, but I'll save her stuff for later, because trust me, we're going to need that wholesome shit by the end. When Soichiro gets home, Light and himself discuss the Kira situation, and after getting rejected to join the case fairly strictly by his father, Light proclaims his promise of killing Kira if he were to ever harm his dad, sending him to the gallows, like in the manga. And as he leaves, Soichiro has this very subtle but lovely expression of pride that I've seen many a real-life dad have when their children say or do something nice for them. Fun fact, Kaneko used a lot of his own experiences as a father to write Soichiro's character, and much like every other character in this film, that part is going to be beautifully represented and create an absolute gut punch of a climax. Fun fact about this moment, this was the last scene that Fujiwara acted for in the movie, and his parting words as he thought back to his time working on the film were quite sweet to hear.
主役が
先長ってすいませんまだ2ヶ月はちょっと微妙な気分で
Aw, just want to pinch your little cheeks. Even though you're probably way older than me. But after learning what they found out about him, Light quickly changes up his strategy on how he goes about killing criminals, like the original story, leaving the police baffled at such a drastic change in behavior. But after L and Soichiro deduces that Kira, through doing this, has shown that he is among them, the police are left silent and terrified. This was another great scene when it comes to seeing how close Light and L are into getting to each other with each passing investigation. It's just, I love it so much. It's so good. After this brutal revelation in the police, the movie then cuts to Light talking like a filthy communist with Ryuk, and it's here where the film reveals that Rei Penber, who is now called Rei Iwamatsu, played by Shigeki Hosokawa, is currently following him. This time during the day as opposed to at night like in the manga, which in a way does make it a lot more creepy, given that in daylight he could just be a random figure. But alas, figuring he's been followed is very much to the similar displeasure of Light. The way Ryuk makes Light look suspicious by not catching the apple and Light sees Rei through his phone is pretty neat. Though I guess if Ryuk was to catch the apple, that would be even more weird. So in a way, Light just kinda did a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Ain't that just a shame? As you remember from the original, Ryuk was the one alerting him of Rei because he was getting creeped out himself, not because he was on Light's side. But having it that Ryuk does absolutely nothing here until after Light makes a weird show of himself was still a very in-character thing for him to do. It makes him way more mischievous and even threatening. As night falls and Light is racking his brain on what to do about his new stalker, Ryuk tells him about the Shinigami Eyes, and after Light hears about the deal and what he has to give up in order to get them, he doesn't take the deal a lot quicker than Manga Light. In the movie, it's pretty much instantly, in fact.
で、代償は何だ？
お前の残りの寿命の半分だ。ロングだな。
Like, okay, damn, Light, not even gonna give it any kind of thought? Like, alright then. Very much like the anime that would happen after, the film's interpretation of the Shinigami Eyes makes it so that all they see is various shades of red, which, like the anime, feels very ominous. And if I was to hazard a guess, maybe the anime was inspired by the movie to do that? But that's guesswork, I don't know. I think that would just be cool. But after getting an idea on how Light was going to get Rei's name without the eyes, the film reveals the 6 minutes and 40 minutes rule in the Death Note, and Light conducts his mystery message trap for L. And exactly like the original, Light finds out the plan worked, and for the plan to get Rei's name, the movie gives us a nice change by having Light, instead of choosing a criminal off-screen, actually sees the man he's going to use, making his plan feel way more calculated and impressive. I really find the way that the film has Light almost improvise his plans on the spot whenever he gets new information makes his character a lot more fun to watch, as through this, you can sort of feel like you're getting into Light's head and watching the gears turn, rather than having it all be a surprise later on. And yes, don't get me wrong, it was nice to be surprised at the very end of each climax, but the movie's attention to showing the audience how Light actually thinks and acts was a very nice touch. With all the pawns set in place, the bus-jacking scene from the original gets its big screen adaptation. And dare I say that from all the small changes the movie made to this scene, it's arguably just as good, and even a bit better, than the original manga? Because the reason I believe this scene works just a little bit better was that through all the minor differences it made, it gives this scene not just new life, but a new purpose than it did in the manga. Firstly, we have Light not being a whore and brings Shiori along for the ride. Good old based loyalty. And Shiori's purpose in this entire moment will prove to be very important later. The bus being the first time we actually get to see Misa Amane as an advertisement was something that new fans would not get until a second viewing, and to old fans, this serves as a great form of fan service that gets them more excited to watch on to see how Misa gets adapted from the manga. Even if I'm sure some fans were confused on why Misa's hair is black this time instead of blonde. I know for an absolute fact that there were a bunch of people who were really pissed off at that. Instead of Light playing it cool with Rei like he did in the manga, in the movie, he actually confronts Rei about why he's been following him, adding some good tension between the two, and seeing Rei try to play this off was really cool to watch. He's just kind of like, oh shit, wasn't expecting this. Also, I can totally imagine that Light's just having so much fun making Ray squirm. When the busjacker eventually steps on and starts threatening the passengers, Movie Ray actually learns of the criminal on that day, rather than seeing him 2 days before in the original, making him panic and give him a sort of jumpstart to do something. And after Light holds up a piece of the Death Note that tells what he's planning to do with the busjacker, this time more to Shiori and done in a way so that Ray just so happens to see it also, makes him actually have to stand up, sit behind Light, and stop him from going after him. In this iteration, Light really plays up his distrust towards Ray, and Ray has to really struggle to stop Light from attacking. And eventually, Light, acting way more confrontational and seeing that all he has to do is to be more assertive to get Ray to fess up, finally gets Ray's name. And going back to adapting the source material, he drops the piece of the Death Note, which catches the alert of the busjacker, who walks over, like in the original, but this time actually points the gun at Light when he finds out what he was attempting to do, which just adds way more drama and intensity to an already very gripping scene. Like, Light, I know you were just trying to get his name and all, but Jesus fucking Christ, there's playing God and then there's just this. Fucking hell. But as the busjacker, after touching this piece, sees Ryuk and fires some bullets, it faithfully adapts the manga in that the bullets he fires at Ryuk actually do some damage before they rapidly heal, something that the anime for some reason took out entirely. Ryuk just having some fun with the guy as his bullets do nothing was very amusing to watch. Look at that cheeky expression, Jesus, you evil bastard. But as the climax ensues and the busjacker gets off, he dies from being hit by a car. But in this movie and its less than stellar CGI, he gets hit by a car in the most fake-looking death I've seen in a while. And I know I made it a point before that I wasn't going to give the film too much shit for its effects, but come on. That death looks really funny. I'll still give props to the crew for at least filming the actor getting pulled off by some string, okay? You know, A+ for effort. CG just didn't save them this time. And like the anime, the plan is revealed by a wall of text, with Fujiwara narrating over the death in a very ominous tone. And when Light and Shiori get off the bus, Shiori is clutching at her chest, possibly due to intense stress, which makes it so that when Ray goes up to Light to try and interrogate him, Light has the perfect excuse to shoo him off before getting a taxi to get Shiori and himself to a hospital, giving him a perfectly valid reason to leave the crime scene. And I do think it's better than Ray just running off like he did in the manga. You know, typical Fed behavior. Overall, when I piece all of this together, to say that this scene was adapted and improved upon in this movie is a serious understatement. Besides dated effects, this scene managed to capture the initial magic and gripping nature of the manga's moment, and merely exemplified it for the movie, adding in its own smart techniques and tidbits to make the scene stand out from its predecessor. One other important thing I think is worth mentioning now is that another small thing this moment added was that Light, wrestling with Ray, mentioned that he is the son of a cop. Keep this in mind, because when I say that this scene will be very important for later on, I really mean it. And I know what a lot of you anime and manga fans are expecting. And to that I will say, that's not gonna happen. Just keep watching. After the movie cuts to a hospital where Shiori is being treated for stress, and Light comes in to tell her the news about the busjacker being killed, even lying about going to the police about what had happened, Shiori begs Light to promise her that he will never do something like that again. And as Light comforts her, he has this expression that's very interesting, because it can be seen as either complete coldness, or the more interesting route, deep thought and confliction. Like it's kind of like the Light and Kira personalities are battling against each other, and they haven't yet reached a conclusion yet. And when I say this confliction's gonna get really intense, hoo boy, it will be tested to its limits later in the movie. I know I keep saying this and it does get very annoying, I'm perfectly aware of that, but trust me, this movie's climax, if you're at all familiar with the original story, you will not see coming at all. The next scene is where when Ray gets home from the harrowing day's work, we finally get to see Naomi Misara, played by Asaka Seto, who in this version is a devout Catholic, even quoting the Bible to her husband.
神は人を男と女に作られたのです。から人はその父と母を離れて二人の者が一心同体になるのです。それでもはや二人ではなく一人なのです。
Based! After asking about when they were going to meet the priest, Naomi tells Rei to be careful out there, with Rei dropping the lore that she worked under L rather than L himself later on, which when you see just how lovey-dovey Naomi is with her husband in this scene, does really show a lot of development that she had off screen, and it has a very nice impact. And while it's much different from the manga's portrayal, it still makes Naomi and Rei very good characters to watch. Plus, I'm sure that fans were more than okay to see these two act more like a romantic couple this time around. We were very starved for that before, so this is cute. We like this. More of this, please. The movie cuts back to the police department, where Soichiro is the one to figure out the hidden message in the suicide notes from the victims, which I think is very cool. And god, that was a fucking sentence and a half. And after that, the movie cuts to Light planning to kill all of the FBI agents, with Ryuk being the one to point out the hypocrisy of his plan, with an expression that, even for a split second, looked slightly confused. I appreciate the film for adding more scenes of having characters question Light's actions throughout the story, as not only does it make for more interesting drama, but getting small and constant reminders that Light's philosophy is slowly corrupting him from the inside is a very good take on the manga's themes, and it makes new fans of the series have an easier time with digesting the character arc Light is going through, without it being too obvious to where it feels like the movie is preaching to you. It's a level of effort put into the writing of this movie that I find very commendable. Light's descent into tyrannical madness and becoming eventually the monster of Kira was always the most fascinating part of Death Note, without fail, and I like that this film is adapting that in a much more dramatic way. With Light's morality breaking at the seams by now, the film begins the moment of Rei being murdered by Light, and this is where the film takes the original story, begins taking only parts of it, and starts completely going in its own direction. Strap in, boys, because holy shit, things about to get crazy. Instead of Manga Light finding Rei and ambushing him with the fact that he's Kira, which made Rei go along with his plan, Movie Light waits until Rei is on the train before he incites his plan, killing a criminal right next to him to prove that he's Kira, which is just insanely brutal and so fucked up. Though it was strange that Rei knew that the envelope with all the stuff in it was above him, because in the manga, Light gave him that envelope during his ambush, which explains why he had it there, but oh well, it's pretty odd, but whatever, we'll carry on. Small mistake. After he does this, Light, with the metaphorical gun pointed straight at Rei's head, makes him write the names of his associates, where the movie scarily reveals this rule of the Death Note. Even if you do not actually possess the Death Note, the effect will still be the same if you can recognize the person and his or her name to place in the blank. Once he's complete, the scene goes on like the original, with a small addition of Rei catching a glimpse of Ryuk outside the train, which was a very effective jump scare, I'm not gonna lie. It was very unsettling, but a cool addition, once again making Ryuk look like an absolute fucking menace. And as he gets off the train, he hears a familiar voice call out to him, and he dies and succumbs to a heart attack. With Naomi Misura, his wife, running over to see what's wrong, much to Light's shock. Some of you might be questioning why Light is still standing there and refuses to move or simply do even anything to hide himself, but my response to that is simply, this movie is clever. Play the clip.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the biggest difference between this movie and the manga. In this adaptation of Rei's death, Naomi was there the whole time. Instead of getting the news later like she did in the manga, movie Naomi was actually following Rei under some suspicion for his sudden change of plans, given that their meeting with the priest was planned a good bit in advance, and obviously meant a lot to Naomi given her Catholic origins. With her ex-FBI days coming back in full swing by this one action, she was immediately suspicious, and as she got on the train, making sure that Ray wouldn't see her, she observed how strangely Ray was behaving. And when they got off, she was the one to call out to him, and she actually got to witness her husband dying, which I think fuels her investigation into Kira so much harder than it does in the manga, as it now feels way more driven by vengeance and hunger for justice, the blood of Ray's body still coating Naomi's hands. The reason why Ray was acting so suspicious is not just because Light was guiding him along on the train, but it turns out that during this whole scene, Ray was already under the influence of the Death Note. Do you guys remember about 2 minutes ago when I said that it was odd that Ray knew about the envelope in this version, given his lack of knowledge about its existence prior? Well, the reason he knew about it was because Light had written in the Death Note that he would have found it on the very train carriage he got on. This means that before he even got onto the train, Ray was already under Light's control. A change that makes this scene so much creepier on a second viewing, because now it's a case of how much freedom did Ray actually have with his actions, and how much of it was Light playing God with one of his victims. Did Ray have any independence at all? Were all of his reactions part of the actions that were written in the Death Note? The more you think about it, it's really scary shit. Like, fuck me, I never thought I would see an adaptation look at the Naomi Misora death from before and go, you know what? Let's make this worse. Let's really drag this out. Jesus Christ, and this script was written in a week? What the fuck are the Japanese eating? Getting back to Naomi's side of the murder, her actually getting to witness the death of her husband is an idea that, to be completely honest, I never would have thought about doing. But after seeing how the movie managed to seamlessly wove Naomi into this part of the story, it's something that I now think would have been a genius idea. Although she is still great in the manga, Naomi in this movie now has so much more presence that she exudes throughout the story, and this whole scene is just a perfect example of just how tightly written this production was, from the script to the shooting. It was truly amazing stuff, and this one change to the story will end up making this plot go in a very different direction. The highest praise that I will ever give this movie is that when I watched this movie for the first time with a friend, we were riffing on it, making fun of the bad CGI and other changes because we weren't that into it. We thought it was just going to be shit. Our anime purist minds just couldn't be changed. But when we got to this part, the jokes stopped. Everything stopped. We were completely silent and fully absorbed into the movie after the scene was over. This one scene from its one change was able to shatter my initial bias, and when that bias was gone, I realized that I was experiencing peak fiction this whole time, and I dug my heels deep into the ground for no reason. Well done, Kaneko. With this moment, you completely won me over. Because I couldn't find any way to talk about Ray's actor naturally, before I get to the fun facts relating to the underground scene, let me first share you the history I found on Shigeki Hosokawa. Hosokawa was born in 1971 and got his foot in the door in 1994 on a TBS J-drama, along with having a brief appearance on a game show in that same year. After a few years of being a model and using that time to study acting, he would get his claim to fame in 2004 by acting as Hitoshi Hideka in the hit series Kamen Rider Hibiki, a very popular series in the long-standing Kamen Rider franchise. Apparently his two biggest fan demographics during his time on Kamen Rider were children, obviously that makes sense, and housewives. God, the disloyal fucking slut. One small fact that I think is quite cute is that at one point in time, Japan had actually given Hosokawa the nickname 8 O'Clock Man, and it was given to him because during his time on Kamen Rider, he was also doing another drama called Yoshitsune, and these shows would air at 8 AM and 8 PM respectively. That's just really wholesome to me, I like that. But unfortunately, not everything was wholesome in Hosokawa's life, because in 2016, his contract with an affiliated office called Someday was prematurely terminated without his knowledge, and after a whole month of legal battles, his contract would remain intact until May of 2017. During this whole fiasco, Hosokawa was dragged through the mud by Japanese media, who made accusations of him committing, quote, acts of harassment during this time. Hosokawa would eventually break free of this slander of his character in the year of 2018 after submitting a counter-lawsuit, but the scars of this smear campaign would haunt the rest of his career, where allegedly, reprising his role for Kamen Rider was a very difficult process. And given that his last role on IMDb was of a video game of Kamen Rider made back in 2017, yeah, and I feel like he's still facing an uphill battle. That really is a massive shame. With Hosokawa finally being acknowledged as the legend he was before and after Death Note, here are a few fun facts about the underground scene. This whole part of the film was actually done in a real-life train station, Fukuoka Subway to be exact, making this the first film in Japanese history to ever use an underground subway station for production. Isn't that very neat? Behind-the-scenes interviews show that this scene was actually a big gamble for the crew, as up until the day of shooting, no precise location was actually decided. According to producers Sato and Tanaka, there were ideas of filming this whole scene in a different location, like on a monorail carriage, and even the idea of a water bus was thrown around, before they got the idea from Fukuoka Railway to film this scene. Because it was so difficult to find a location up until the last day, Kaneko had even considered taking the scene out entirely, but he was convinced to keep it in, as to quote Sato, "In the end, we agreed that it's one of the essential scenes in part 1, so we decided to go ahead, be it on a subway train or other modes of transport." Because the train station is a very busy subway, the crew filmed on special extra trains during the day, and at night they shot the more busy scenes when the subway would be closed. But there was so much to get right that the crew sometimes stayed up until 5:30 in the morning to get their shoots done. Sato provided comments and admired the efforts that Seto and Hosokawa put into this scene, as both actors, as you may have guessed, were both very tired and anxious during filming.
1時ですよ。1時。貸し切ってやってます。すごいですよね。
既存のものをね、使うっていうのはすごく、映画やってるとすごくいいですよね。ただ暑い。暑い。
もう眠いですね。もう3時過ぎですもん。4時までなので。あともうちょっとですね。
Speaking of producer Sato, he was actually one of the FBI members in this movie. During production, everyone in the crew had their facial photo taken so that their faces could be used as criminal mugshots in the movies. Probably as just a funny little in-joke. When Sato was asked by Tanaka why he was picked as one of the FBI agents, Sato responds with, and I quote, "It was simple. We had a photo taken when we had a general staff meeting, and Fukuda and I were the only ones who had jackets on, so we were chosen as FBI agents simply because we had jackets on. But remember, those FBI agents were killed by Kira anyway." I mean, props to him for having a sense of humor, I guess. And fun little tidbit right at the end, Fujiwara actually finished up his scenes way quicker than expected, ending his filming at 2 in the morning.
困っちゃいました。何時ですか？2時かよ。何時困りますよね。ここに行くわけでもないですけど、ラーメンでも食って夜屋台でも行ってきます。
As the train trundles off and light calms down from that sudden surprise, he gets the file from the shelf, opening it right in front of everyone, but whatever, well, it's drama, okay, shh. Where he shows that he wrote even more possible deaths depending on where Ray wrote the names, which is fucking terrifying. And after a compilation of the FBI agents dying one by one, the movie makes you think that Light had made the perfect plan, that Light would have had the ultimate victory if Naomi didn't just so happen to follow her husband onto the train. Seriously, I just can't get over just how well this scene was handled, and to think that it almost wasn't even in the movie, good lord, what the fuck else would they have done? Soichiro gets the news of the FBI's murder by the commissioner, who was just as in the dark of this as he was, and Soichiro then tells the entire police department about what had happened, informing them of all the intense danger that they're now in, making many people get up and leave in a very intense and gripping scene, with more and more people leaving in more and more of a rapid pace. Seeing all of them kind of just run out of the room once they find out that everybody else was doing it, yeah, that really showed off the power of Kira. And the quietness that follows afterwards, where we get a wide shot of the empty room with only 7 people left, was a very good shot. It really shows the despair of how much these people are on their own because of the intensity of this revelation, and it shows just how many people felt this betrayal of trust from L. Fortunately, the men in Death Note aren't pussies, and after a lashing from the boys after what he had just done, L agrees to meet with the last people of the task force. In a moment that builds up very much like the original, the only minor difference being that no one backs out at the last moment. The boys go inside the hotel, which fun fact was the last scene for many of the actors in this movie, where they see evidence from past Kira cases on an Apple computer. Because Apple, get it? And many treats littered all over the table. And with bated breath, L finally makes his first appearance after over an hour of film. L being played by Kenichi Matsuyama. After the boys give him their name like the original, Matsuyama adapts the bang scene, albeit a bit more exaggerated than it was before.
Bam! 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 おい、何の真似だ! もし私がキラだったら皆さん死んでますよ.
Although it does look a bit silly, I really like this change, since it really does make L feel a lot more unhinged and unpredictable here, which was the main appeal of the original character, and Matsuyama's just kind of exemplifying it, making it more dramatic for the film. And fun fact, the original scene was supposed to adapt the original manga to a T, but Matsuyama pitched the idea of doing multiple bangs to Kaneko, and after doing a take, he ended up liking it so much, he kept it in the movie. This would not be the only time that Matsuyama would have a strike of genius when it comes to his character, because as we go on with the film, like Fujiwara being perfect casting for Light, Matsuyama will prove that he was the perfect actor for L. So before we show off a lot of his big brain, here's a bit of history about him. Matsuyama was born in 1985 and originally began his career as a model for Parco, a Japanese retailer brand, in 2001, which made him win a new style audition for his ad campaign work. His first dive into acting would be in 2002 in the series Gokusen, and his film career would begin in 2003 with his role in the movie Bright Future, directed by Kiyoshi Kurosawa. The performance he would give as L in these two movies would actually go on to make him win 4 awards, including Best New Actor at the 31st Hoji Film Awards in 2006, and the 30th Japan Academy Film Prize in 2007, Best New Talent at the 28th Yokohama Film Festival in 2007, and Best Actor at the 2nd Asia Pacific Producers Network Award in 2008. As for behind the scenes, Matsuyama was very into his role. Whenever he was on set, he would usually try to be alone to get himself into character, reading books or just staring into space. He did a lot of research and method acting in trying to perfect L's mannerisms, and although he did try his best, one thing he found particularly difficult to do was eat all the sweets that L had to eat on film. Because the movie was not like the manga this time, he is immediately obsessed with food. And the way they will adapt it is, sometimes it's actually quite disgusting. And because of that, yeah, I can't really blame him at all for that one. The shit that this film makes him eat, it must have been really rough on his stomach. During production, Matsuyama and Fujiwara actually became good friends. and during the promotions of the movie, the two would have great banter with each other, making fun of their superiority complexes that their original characters had, playing into the sort of childish rivalry that Elle and Light had throughout the story. And it was applauded to the euphoric ecstasy of fangirls all over the world. When I really think about it, fangirls like this are just the kind of fan you don't really see anymore. I mean, I know they're still there, like, don't get me wrong, but they're not really as common. Just goes to show that this film really was a product of its time. And a small little fun fact to cap off Matsuyama's L, the first time he ever tried on his wig wasn't during filming, but it was actually during the meeting between Fujiwara and Nakamura when they were recording Ryuk's lines. Which is just... okay, I guess? Alright then. And this wig would be the one thing besides the food that Matsuyama would constantly have a rivalry with during production of the two films.
いやー、カツラの上からなんでなんとも言えないですけど、まあ、じわじわきますね。
There's something about troubles with a wig that's just... it's wholesome. I like it. If all of this didn't convince you that Matsuyama was perfect for Elle, like, sorry, I don't know what will. As Elle and the boys get to the bottom of Rei's assassination, the film also shows moments of Naomi conducting her own investigation, jotting down the bus number from a local newspaper, and then using that to interview the driver of the bus, seeing if he knew anything from that day, which gives us this amusing interaction.
その青年っていうのはどんな感じの人でした？
あ、これがなかなかいい男で、いや、そういう意味じゃないよ、
Yes, I know that joke is seriously outdated, and I don't care. My video, my rules. You want another video? Click away. And similar to how the anime did it, the scenes of Elle and Naomi both doing their investigations are paced back and forth with each other, which, like the anime, makes the scene feel more interesting to watch, as it subtly shows that Elle and Naomi are kind of in the same headspace, just going about it differently. And like I mentioned earlier, Naomi's role in this investigation is super cool to see be given more meat to it. The movie gives her a lot more to do, and seeing her begin her investigation very much like how any other detective would was really cool to see her do. I love Naomi's depiction so much in this movie, you have genuinely no idea. And I'm starting to think that maybe the writers might have had a bit of a bias with her. You know, maybe they read the original manga and went, really? That's how she went out? Not fucking writing that. Either way, good fucking soup. Seto, you are fucking slaying queen. After Elle finds what he was looking for during the late hours of the night, and the movie pushes his love for sweets to almost sickening heights, yeah, I wasn't kidding about that, by the way. He reveals to the boys that the family Rei was following was the Yagamis. The film also reveals Naomi's connection to Elle, and Elle scarily deduces that Naomi was there because she thought something was off about Rei too, which I think is very creepy and very cool. These two would be very cool in a book together now that I'm thinking about it. What? Oh, sorry, just random thought, ignore me. Elle announces his crime against humanity to the very obvious shock of the boys, but after a little bit of wrist twisting, the hidden camera's plot is adapted to the big screen. But not quite yet. Before Elle can do some illegals on the Yagamis, the film first establishes some more characters and conflicts into the narrative, where Naomi gets another moment to shine by finding and interviewing Shiori about what she saw on the bus that day, where her path towards catching Light becomes even more certain. Not only was this a great scene between the two characters, as Naomi can finally get to sort of open up about her pain a little bit, but it was also really good at showing off Naomi's detective skills, and the way she acts with Shiori makes her come off as not just a little bit cold, but even threatening. Like, Shiori knows that Naomi would not just attack her out of nowhere, but the face that she's giving her makes her feel very uneasy. This version really dives into the revenge angle of Naomi's character, and it makes the tension of all her future scenes so intense to watch. Like, those eyes. She's just ready to kill someone. She's just waiting for somebody to fuck up. Seto is just knocking it out of the park in this movie. She's absolutely killing her role. As the movie gets back to light and shows him planning far in advance, Ryuk gets distracted by a very Japanese-style show, where the host is none other than Misa Amane, played by Erika Toda, where unlike manga Misa, who is a model, movie Misa is an entertainer, and judging by the quality of the shows, she seems like an almost amateur entertainer. It gives her a bit of charm though.
どうした？いや。
Why did you do that, Ryuk? What is going on in that head of yours? This moment, while it is a bit of filler, still has a lot of charm because it's much more lighthearted and fun with the way it's presented. With multiple quick cuts and camera angles, Toda really hamming up her voice so that it's just very almost obnoxious, and Kaneko even gets a small cameo as the director behind the camera when it's all over, which is just, yeah, that's beyond adorable. Fun fact, this was Toda's first scene on set, and from behind the scenes footage, she looked like she had a lot of fun despite everything being new to her. The reason why everything was new to her was due to her past history. Born in 1988, Toda began her acting career in the world of television, starting in the 2000 series Audrey. Oh fucking Christ. I was a demon being let out. She would then go on to perform in 5 to 6 more TV shows before landing the role of Misa Amane, making Death Note the first ever film role of her career. Being new to the world of film, Toda showed anxiety but excitement at the opportunity, much like any other actor would when they step into this new field of acting. But another thing she was determined to get right was that she wanted the character of Misa in the movie to be as accurate as possible to her manga counterpart, since, fun fact, she was herself a massive fan of Death Note. In being such a massive fan of Death Note and knowing that Misa is so popular, she did feel a bit of pressure at the start. To quote her from an interview, "Misa is so popular among the fans of the Death Note comic that I was under a lot of pressure. Then I only cared about acting as well as I could and did not think about the pressure." Good mindset. Yeah, that's perfectly fair.
その原作のファンの方っているわけじゃないですか。だから自分がそのミサをやるのがとても不安でしたね。自分でいいのかなみたいな、大丈夫なのかなって怖かったです。
She even has her own opinions in regards to the character, which include, quote, "Being able to control another person's life is not only scary, but it should not be allowed at all. Misa is a person who does everything she sets out to do, no compromise. I admire that part of her, but what Misa and Light do is criminal, even if it's to make the world a better place with fewer criminals." This... she just gets it. She understood the assignment. It's very clear that from interviews and her acting that despite having negative opinions towards the character's actions from the manga, Toda was still a fan that understood what made Misa popular in the first place, and it really does come through in her acting as Misa. Everything from the way she talks to her mannerisms, the way she goes about doing stuff in the films, Toda really did her homework, and seeing it being adapted so accurately was very commendable, even if there was a few differences here and there in terms of how she looked. The gothic Lolita fashion, which adapts the manga very well, was something that Toda had never actually worn before, but during the production, she ended up liking it quite a lot.
好きになりました。なんかこれを着たらミサになれるっていう感じがして、なんかこれを着るだけで元気になります。
Guys, I don't understand how you managed to hit bullseye after bullseye after bullseye with this cast, but fuck me. Can you give me something to complain about? Like, good lord, I'm kissing the ground under this film's fucking feet at this point. Like, good lord. Any of y'all have a problem with that? Because I don't. After her fictional shoot, Misa gets interviewed by a fucking scumbag better known as a journalist, where she outwardly reveals her love for Kira, much to the annoyance and shock of her boss. And as she leaves and gives everybody a hearty goodbye, we get the adaptation of the stalker from the manga, a moment that was originally a flashback, but happens much later on in the movie. And to really show off how creepy he is, he digs into the trash to find the tissue that Misa used to blow her nose and bag it up. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Ugh. But after that very creepy scene's ending, Light is found reading a book from famous philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. That's probably not how you pronounce it, but at this point in the video, I don't care. Before getting interrupted by Shiori and Naomi, who wanted to see him in person. Here, Naomi wastes absolutely no time in accusing Light of being the murderer of Rei, sinking her talons incredibly fucking deep. And Light actually does a pretty good job at attempting to get her off his back. And as Naomi gives him a card, he does an alright attempt at continuing to make her talk as he tries to write her name in the death note. But Naomi keeps acting cool, like everything is in her control, like she's not even afraid of what's happening. And it's revealed in the end that the name she gave Light on the card was fake. And because it was fake, the plan to kill Naomi quickly didn't work. Movie. Seriously. Suspecting her husband so that she witnessed him die on the train, finding the bus in a newspaper and then going to interview the driver, which gets her a description of the man the busjacker intimidated, finding Shiori and interviewing her, all so that she can tell Light face to face that she suspects him with no fear at all, and dropping that power play, all the while getting to the right conclusions, all without prior knowledge of how Kira killed people. Are you guys starting to see that it really feels like this movie saw how she went out in the manga and just went, fuck that, we need to redeem this woman? Yeah, you did. Like holy fuck, did you, and then some. All of the stuff that they added to Naomi Misura's character is just, it's beautiful. It's so perfect. She is the one character that received such a massive glow up in this adaptation. Like, holy shit. Again, I think I'm starting to see a bias, but like last time, I'm not complaining. My girl has the spotlight for once. God bless. God bless. And since I'm on the subject of Naomi, here's a few fun facts behind the scenes and her actress, Asaka Seto. Seto, whose real name is actually Megumi Aida, was born in 1976, and she used the alias Asaka Seto because that's where she was born. Her path towards acting started when she was sought after by a talent scout during her 3rd year of high school, and the only reason the talent scout found her was because of multiple people allegedly pointing the scout towards her house. That sounds a lot creepier now that I said that out loud. With her foot in the door, she would kickstart her career in 1992 as the main actress for the movie Wangang Bad Boy Blue, a film that would go on to getting her an award for Best New Actress in the Kinema Jumbo Awards. And for the next few years, she would be incredibly busy, as she would act in multiple ads for different corporations, 27 TV shows, 7 movies, issued 4 music singles and 3 albums, and she had already won an award at the Yokohama Film Festival in 2003 for Best Actress, all before landing the role of Naomi Misura. I'm not gonna lie guys, I think I fancy her. After her role, she would go on to do many other projects, even providing the Japanese dub voice for the French animated film The Little Prince in 2015. And funny little fun fact, she even tried to release a clothing brand in 2010, but unfortunately the line never pulled through. I guess the universe just saw her being perfect and went, nah, you gotta have at least one fuck up, okay? Okay. Just, you can't be too perfect, alright? People are gonna start thinking you're fucking weird. Suffice to say that because of this very intense history, Seto has had a lot of experience before Death Note, and from the scope and range of her acting, you can kinda just tell. Small fun facts about the accusation scene, this was the first part that Seto acted in as Naomi, and it was actually very cold on the day of shooting given that it was filmed around the month of February. Why is it? This thing, it bothers me, we never say the fucking R. Why you there, bitch? And it was actually very cold on the day of shooting given that this was filmed around the month of February. Behind the scenes footage showed that whenever the camera wasn't rolling, everyone, including the actors, wore heavy clothing in between takes, with Fujiwara even immediately going to his own after a shoot, which I find just really amusing and a big fucking mood. The location of the shoot was Tekio University campus, and hundreds of fans of the original manga were allowed to be in the movie as extras, which I think is just so cute and a very nice way to pay respects to the fans of the source material. It's also a sweet and nice thing to find out that behind the scenes, Seto and Kaishi got along very well, acting sort of like sisters during filming.
お姉ちゃんです。妹です。普段からお姉ちゃんですね。メールしたりご飯食べに行ったりね。目力がすごいですよ。怖い。怖くない。怖い。ビビってます。
Aw, isn't that just adorable? Also, the book about Nietzsche, the guy who pioneered the idea of creating meaning in one's life to overcome nihilism after mankind abandoned God and create their own subjective morality, you know, before going fucking insane before he died. The book Light read wasn't a random choice. It was an intentional one done by Kaneko himself, who, when asked in interviews on why he chose Nietzsche as the philosopher Light read about, he says, quote, "I think a big reference for me in making the Death Note films was Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. I think that theme of judging over other people and being judged. I wanted to use that as a theme. I wanted to highlight the transition between the absolute good and the evil. Nietzsche is famous for killing the dualism, causing a doubt on the dualism that had been very prominent up to his era. And nothing is simple as black and white or good or evil. So that scene is symbolic because I wanted to show how Light transcended himself from good to evil. In the manga, he's not as clear a character, damn, I fucking wonder why. But in the film, I wanted to make sure that with the Death Note, he transcends himself from good to evil, even though the murder itself is evil. For Light, it is good. So from the outside it looks bad, but from the other side it's completely justified and good. I wanted to clarify the complications of determining precisely what's good and evil, and that's where the Nietzsche comes in. As Nietzsche pointed out, there's like so many diversified values in terms of morality, and one morality cannot lead to everyone's absolute happiness. Again, if you avoided these films just because Ryuk didn't look good, then shame on you. That's all I will say, just shame on you. But after all of this very good drama, the plot of the hidden cameras can finally begin, with Light showing the trick he did in the manga to see if someone went into his room, something that Elle actually learned about from the camera installers. And while Elle and the boys watch from afar in intense silence to see if Light does anything suspicious, Elle ends up giving Light his dues on being a very intelligent man. Light does his absolute best to stay silent as Ryuk in this version tries to get his attention in a far funnier way, by trying to get an apple out of him instead of wanting an excuse to call Light the gamer word like in the manga. And after he goes outside and tells him the story, Ryuk lets out this beautiful reaction to the idea of him not getting any apples until the cameras are gone. Sometimes the dated effects look weird. It kind of works to the film's advantage because, come on, are you gonna sit here and tell me that a more realistic Ryuk would be able to pull that look and have it be just as funny? As Light goes back inside and L shows even more of his weird food habits, seriously, poor Matsuyama's stomach. Kaneko, you didn't have to do this. Soichiro takes a smoke break and has hopes that the surveillance of his family will stop after Watori tells him about 5 new victims. Because surely that would be evidence of Light not doing anything, right? But L, reminding everybody that Kira can control the time of death, keeps his foot down, determined as ever to catch Light in the act. Not only is Matsuyama killing it at portraying L's cold and calculating demeanor, but Kaga is also doing an amazing job at showing just how much Soichiro is suffering because of the lack of sleep and anxiety. From his looks, you can almost see his spirit being slowly beaten down by all of the realities and evidence against his family. And the makeup department, assuming if they did put any makeup on Kaga, did flawless at making him almost look like he aged 20 years. Both the acting and makeup were they were spot on. As the days go by and Soichiro has a nice little moment with L, Light gets his potato chips on day 7, and the movie adapts the very iconic moment of Light killing a criminal right under L's nose, with the film again doing another interesting change. Instead of the manga having him kill petty criminals, which according to L went against Kira's code and made him feel like something was off, in the movie the death was of another child murderer, a kind of killer that is way more prevalent in this adaptation than it ever was in the manga. I don't think there even is a petty thief death in this entire film, now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, I guess Kaneko did in an interview confess that he wanted to put out a lot of his own personal problems into this film, so you know, I guess he has a bit of a bias in terms of who deserves to die and who doesn't. In a way, I think this was an effective change, since it actually gives this L a lot less to work with when it comes to suspecting Light as Kira, which is awesome to see unfold, as now he has to really rack his brain on how he could possibly prove Light to be Kira. And after seeing supposedly concrete evidence of Light doing nothing wrong, the cameras are finally ordered to be removed.
すべて回収してください。
かしこまりました。
Leaving Soichiro at last at ease, albeit before he looks over to L, who is biting his nails in concentration, saying without words that he is not done with Light. When he gets the okay from Ryuk about the cameras being gone, Light heads downstairs to get Ryuk a celebratory apple. And when Ryuk asks Light on why he was so confident that no one else would get his packet of chips before he did, the movie adds in another small but very clever detail, that the potato chips flavor was consomme, which is a flavor that only Light enjoys, meaning that any other family member getting their hands on these crisps was pretty much next to zero. While it sounds incredibly small and I don't think it changes the plot that much, I still think that this was a very clever way to show just how much planning Light did to execute this power play over L. And it shows perfectly that by doing this, movie Light leaves absolutely nothing to chance. Nothing can go wrong. Everything has to be precisely perfect, even when it comes down to the kinds of food he eats. It's really cool. But it's after this scene where this movie would stop going by the story of the manga for a while and fully dives into its own narrative, creating a climax for the Death Note history books. After the boys go over police reports and L silently thinks by himself, possibly coping and seething at the fact that Light didn't turn out to be Kira, at least not yet, he gets a call from none other than Naomi Misura, who vows that she will get proof that Light is in fact Kira, even going as far as to promise L that she would risk her own life to get it. Right after this very intense proclamation, Light gets a call from Shiori about meeting up in the art gallery, where it's revealed that this sudden date is due to serious circumstances, as we see that it was Naomi threatening Shiori to get Light, even pointing a gun at her should she refuse. Sensing that something is wrong, Light races to the art gallery and runs straight into Naomi, holding Shiori as a hostage, all in front of cameras that are being intently watched by the task force and L, who even goes as far as to suggest holding off the police in case something good happens, because fucking Christ, L, you just have to keep exposing yourself as the demon you really are. Fucking amoral goblin. But because of L holding back the police, what follows is a very gripping scene of Naomi trying and failing to get Light to confess under the watchful eyes of L and the boys, even going as far as to tell him her real name so that if Light wants to kill her, now would be the time to do it. Surely, if Light loved Shiori, he would do anything to try and set her free from Naomi's grasp. At least, that would be what might have been going through Naomi's mind if she was in a different state. Holding his ground, Light still refuses to do anything, and once Shiori hears the police outside and sees a chance to escape, she makes a run for it, resulting in Naomi trying to shoot Light, but Shiori takes the bullet. The whole scene being done in slow motion so that you can really feel the gut-punching shock and how this tragedy was bestowed upon the world in just a few seconds. Having been shot, Shiori slowly loses her life, and as Light grieves over her body and acting that Fujiwara does incredible at trying to imitate, even giving Shiori their last kiss before she passes away, Naomi, surrounded by police and being berated by a heartbroken Light, turns the gun on herself, pulls the trigger, and dies to suicide, resulting in this tragedy claiming 2 lives. What seems like a human reaction towards going through so much and finally snapping under the madness of revenge is actually revealed to all be a part of Light's plan. Do you remember when I said something way earlier about how some of you might have found it strange that Light didn't do anything to cover himself up as Naomi ran towards Rei's lifeless body on the train? Well, the reason he didn't was because it was at this moment that Light got a means to get Naomi's name. As the train was leaving, Light managed to see the church that Naomi was a part of, and was able to get her name due to the church being open for everyone. So, all he had to do was go into the church, ask the priest about her and Rei's marriage, and her name was placed right in front of him. With this discovery, Light managed to execute his plan to kill Naomi, which meant that everything that happened during the course of this climax was all Light's doing. Playing Naomi like a demonic fiddle in a way that I think was way more impressive than how he did it in the manga. As you probably know from the manga video that I made, I always found the way that Light got Naomi's name in the original story by asking her to join the task force to be just a bit too convenient. Because while yes, I can't say that it makes no sense at all, because I understand that humans are flawed and can make stupid decisions during moments of weakness, I did still find that the way Naomi accepted the position so easily after doing so much work to try and hide her identity just didn't land as well as I thought it could. That was always the only thing about her death that I didn't really like. Everything else was perfection. Here though, I feel like this was the perfect way to make it so that both characters remain integrally strong, and both show all of the strengths that each of them have. This version of Naomi would never in a million years give out her name freely to Light, so the writers made it so that Light has to get her name from an outside source. A source that is not only very clever in not just the logistics of it, but even taps a bit into the religious symbolism as well. You could see Light getting his hands on Naomi's name from the church as a symbolic image of the devil using the house of God for selfish means, and manipulating innocent followers of God using their open hearts and innocent motives for his own twisted games. Or you could view this more materialistically, where when one abandons the church, the place, holding no value to them, bears no heavy guilt on their minds as they take what they can get from this sacred place of worship, symbolizing the empty, destructive, and degenerative power of materialistic moral values taken to the extreme, values which constantly change from person to person. It even slightly calls back to the perspectivistic philosophy of Nietzsche, where Light, in pursuit of his own happiness per se, sees what he's doing as a subjective good, and is willing to do whatever he can to make it so that his paradise can become a reality. And I think showing that Light is willing to go as far as to find loopholes in the fucking church of all places to be so evil, yet so compelling. It's not like he went into this church and made the priest tell him her name by pointing a gun at his head or anything. He just waltzes in there like any other normal person and acted as a curious member of society, maybe even a family friend, just kindly asking when the wedding's on and who exactly is getting married. This sinister plan to take a human life was all done under a veneer of just innocent curiosity, a small desire for an update on what's going on. It's all just... there's something so disturbing about that. There was also a small abstract detail where the whole confrontation happened in front of a painting called Mask and Death, or Mask and Shinigami depending on the translation. It means the same thing, which depicts a Grim Reaper figure being killed by his own scythe, carried by a swarm of angry masks, all while this is happening in a sea of fire, which can lead to all kinds of discussion relating to its symbolism. The way that I personally view this art piece is that it's a horrific depiction of mankind trying to overcome natural order, where thinking that by defeating death itself they could live free lives, but the fire shows that in doing so, it only leads to destruction, absolute freedom at the cost of complete destruction. I just think it's a very wonderful piece of art. It's a really nice painting. Also, funny little fun fact, the actual painter of this piece is someone I couldn't find through my research, so if any of you know, please tell me in the comments. But in the movie, the artist of this piece is called Ekusoso Kanek, which, if you put the name backwards... Alright, Kaneko. Very smooth. Very smooth. All in all, Naomi's death in this movie, while drastically different to how she went out in the manga, was still a beautifully clever and terrifying scene, once again showing that through all the supposed emotion Light went through in that moment, he was simply putting on an act to clear his name and get to L faster, all while rubbing his bloodied hands clean of all charges. It's fantastic stuff. Night eventually falls, and as Soichiro tries to comfort his son in his time of despair, in a way that I've only seen a hardened father ever try with their son. Seriously, Kaga's acting in this film is just, God, it's incredible. After a while, Light is fully alone, and with nobody around to overhear them, Ryuk flies down beside him and provides his own commentary by trying to fuck with Light in what is probably his darkest moment. The fact that Ryuk would just fly down and then do this kind of shit is like... it's in character, but fuck me, Ryuk, it's a bit harsh. But the attempt at mockery results in confusion, as Light, not showing the pain of losing a loved one, but cold calculation and otherworldly stillness, tells Ryuk that he was the one that killed Shiori, not Naomi. As Ryuk rightfully asks how that's possible given the rules of the Death Note, it's revealed that there was actually another layer to Light's plan, one that is far more tragic, far more terrifying, and far more evil. Shiori's death, while looking like a freak accident, actually wasn't. It was not really Naomi who killed her, but it was all Light, who had written her name in the next page of the Death Note and made it so that Shiori's death would play alongside Naomi's, writing it in a way that it was entirely possible for this to happen. One of the many rules of the Death Note, as Ryuk pointed out, is that, and I quote, even though only one name is written on the Death Note, if it influences and causes other humans that are not written on it to die, the victim's cause of death will be a heart attack. Basically meaning that you can only kill one person at a time. You can't make someone into a murderer before they kick the bucket. But by writing the deaths in a specific way, Light managed to get around this rule, intentionally being specific and vague with the things he wrote about where it was necessary, like how while he didn't actually write in the notebook that Naomi would kill Shiori, as that would go against the rules, he took into account that Naomi on this day would need to have a gun on her in order to commit suicide, by making Naomi carry around a gun and understanding that no Japanese people carry around guns. Despite not saying specifically that she would be the one to kill Shiori, the situation was handled in a way that she was logically the only one that would be able to commit the act of shooting Shiori, which Light states that she would die from being shot. This means that despite all of it being potentially seen as a lucky coincidence that the two deaths happened at the same time, the chances of this chain of events going any other way was so small that it was borderline impossible, making Light completely certain that his plan was going to work. The fact that Light was able to plan this far ahead and even find and exploit loopholes in the Death Note in order to make this plan succeed is a level of 4D chess strategy that I was almost convinced that the writers got Oba himself to write this part for them. This plan feels like something straight out of the manga's author, but they didn't. This was all their work. The writers studied the rules of the Death Note, found out a potential loophole in the rules, and completely went for it, resulting in a climax that not only is a fantastic scene on its own, but managed to capture the magic of the manga in its own unique way. That's the thing. There is adapting a manga and being faithful to the imagery, and then there's adapting a manga and being faithful to the themes of the book. This is why I find this adaptation so engrossing to watch, because while it's so different, it feels so familiar. Because the whole script was written in a way that this could all logically take place in the original story. That is an incredibly hard goal to achieve, and these writers just did it like it was nothing. The fact that this script was allegedly written in a week, it's just... Dude, Japanese people are just built different. Like again, what is the government putting in y'all's food? As Ryuk comes to the shocking discovery that Light did all of this so that he would have a chance to get into the task force and meet with L, Ryuk, going in a bit of a different direction than he possibly would have in the manga, actually calls out Light on his evil, even saying that the way he talks about killing Shiori is extremely cold and evil, even for a Shinigami. And when he asks Light if he even loved Shiori the way she loved him, the only response that Light can muster is a simple, "I don't know." And I think this reaction can lead to an interesting question. Did Light actually love Shiori? From watching the film, there's a bunch of evidence that Light was very cold and distant towards her. From their very first scene together where they debated on Kira's popularity, getting her involved in the bus jacking, all the way to this scene of Light reminiscing on how this plan was going to get him closer to L, talking about Shiori as if she was just a pawn on his chessboard. I can see why a lot of people would watch this and believe wholeheartedly that Light never actually loved Shiori, very similar to how he never actually loved any women from the manga. In this canon, nobody is safe from this Light. The Kira mindset has utterly poisoned and destroyed the once bright-eyed boy who was destined to become a police officer, and left his husk of a body to be filled with demons and otherworldly horrors that care little for humanity and even justice in general, where even those he supposedly cherishes are eventually not immune to his wrath for bloodshed. This Light really has no morals this time. He spares no one. But was that always the case? The way that I see Light and Shiori's relationship is that I think that before the Death Note, these two were actually quite healthy. This is complete headcanon given that we never actually have any scenes in the movie of Light interacting with Shiori before he got the Death Note, so I will come clean there. But from their small exchanges of dialogue, I find that Shiori, although rightfully perturbed and a little disgusted that her boyfriend is so pro-Kira, still had a lot of love and respect for him, hence why she always heard him out. And from Light's end, I saw his interactions with Shiori and had this hidden sense of deep struggle in his mind and his heart. Like I mentioned about an hour ago, Jesus Christ, why are these videos so fucking long? Shiori's character is a reflection of Light's past self, the one that obeyed the rules, walked the right path, and although having personal convictions of his own, understood that the world can't just be aimless, and that court of law is important when it comes to enacting proper justice on evildoers. In his new wave of corruption and radicalization, Light saw this part of Shiori as a reminder of how he used to think. And although he looks down on her quite a lot, because everybody with a radical idea does that to people, in a way, I feel like Light, at least in the beginning of the film, still respected Shiori for sticking to her ways. Although he disagrees, he finds that sticking to their convictions commendable. And it was around some time in the halfway part of the movie did I feel like this love for Shiori started to change for Light. The way I personally interpret this version of Death Note is that it's a narrative about a man who was being corrupted by evil. And if I was to interpret this story through that lens, I see that Light throughout the narrative is getting rid of all his human feelings and desires. To become a god, one has to abandon what it means to be human. And while the killing of others he didn't know was relatively easy, as it could all be justified in that it was all self-preservation and a need for survival, justice, blah 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 blah, Shiori was nothing like that. She was not a threat to life. She never wondered if he was actually Kira. Hell, she avidly defends him from anyone who tries to make that accusation. But to Light's twisted character, Shiori is a threat to him in a different sense. That sense being that she is the one thing holding him back from achieving godhood. Light can't go on with his killings if Shiori is still around. The excuses he would give to Kira's actions would only get more hollow and nonsensical as his power fantasy reaches disturbing lows, something that he knows that Shiori would waste no time in calling out. For Light, he understands that Shiori would never accept his ways. She would never have her mind changed. She is a daily reminder of what Light had lost in his pursuit of power, and that loss is something that eats him alive throughout the movie. With Light desiring to shed his humanity to become the monster or god of Kira, and having Shiori be this constant shadow of his past, when you put two and two together, the solution to what Light has to do is scarily sad. To Light's, or Kira's, logical mindset, if he wants to go on with his quest uninterrupted, then he would need to erase Shiori out of the picture, meaning that through killing her, not only is Light killing the woman he cared about, but he is also killing the last bit of humanity that was left inside him, making it so that his quest to kill L would go on uninterrupted, and there would be no voice tempting him to come back into the light. Much like the death of Soichiro from the manga, Shiori's death actually takes two lives, hers and Light's, with Light's death being completely metaphorical. So to go back to my original question of if Light actually loved Shiori, my answer to that question would be, he did. I say the word did because I saw the internal struggle he had inside his mind, and saw the corruption of his morality as a form of tragedy that when it got too deep, Light understood that he needed to break every last chain that was holding him down, which resulted in him not loving Shiori anymore. But in saying that, I will never say that Shiori was killed without a guilty conscience. Like Soichiro's death in the manga, I think that Light's agony at Shiori's passing was in some parts real. But in this adaptation, the recovery time he had to shut off his heart and become the monster of Kira, after all, he planned for this to happen. It wasn't a shock like it was with Soichiro. When Ryuk asked Light if he loved Shiori at all, when I watched Light give his response, I saw a man that used that question as the final chance to kill his humanity, drying away the tears that were still forming in his eyes, like it was a relief to finally burn away those feelings and move on with his plan, ending the metaphorical existence of Light Yagami. Remember in the OVA video where I said that the first person Kira ever killed was Light Yagami? Well, that point applies to this Light as well, although this time it was a Shakespearean fall from grace, and I found this whole adaptation of Light's character and his eerie descent into tyrannical madness to be absolutely incredible. Again, people hated these movies for their bad effects. Did they not even try to see anything else? As Light reveals this new wave of corruption within himself, we actually get an adaptation of Misa being attacked by her stalker, where her stalker acts incredibly creepy and wanting them both to die, and even claims that Misa wanted to do that herself, which is just, you're really selling this person as being an irredeemable piece of shit. But before he could stab her and do the deed, he succumbs to a very dramatic heart attack, and the death note that belonged to Jealous falls right next to him, ending the scene on this very eerie note. But the movie has one last surprise, as it ends with Soichiro coming back and Light incites his plan to be led on the team by using his dead girlfriend as leverage, and it is L who gladly accepts, where the two meet face to face for the first time. As L welcomes Light into the arms of the task force, L does one of the greatest mind games I've ever seen him pull, as from behind his back, he pulls out a packet of potato chips, chips that are the same consommé flavor that Light so lusciously enjoys, ending the first movie on a standoff and the cliffhanger of the century. What the fuck? What a way to end this movie. Not only was the acting here superbly subtle and grounded, but L pulling out those chips was such a good touch because it makes theories just fly out at a million miles a second. Why did L pull out this flavor? Was it because he was hungry? Of course not. This is L. The chips have to mean something. Pulling out these chips symbolizes many different things in the story, from L showing Light that he was watching him over the cameras, to him without words telling him that he still greatly suspects Light, in a way that only he knows that Light would understand and respond to. And it worked. Light's smile before the cut to black was a genius addition, as it shows that he perfectly understands what L is trying to do with this power move. And rather than being scared, he's entertained, bathing in the glory of the chase that is finally about to begin, ending this movie on such a banger conclusion. Fun facts about this scene. Like the train scenes, this part was filmed during the late hours of the night and early in the morning, and shooting had to be changed to Kirakyushu due to the subway scenes taking too long to make. This was also the first scenes that Matsuyama acted in as L, which I'm sure must have been a very daunting task to be up that late to do work. The small smile that Light gives L at the very end was all Kaneko's idea, after a take of Light not doing that before. And it's one of those times where it's like, yeah, I'm glad they did that retake, like that shit is so much better. And the ending credits song, Danny California, was performed by the hit punk rock band of the 2000s, Red Hot Chili Peppers. And there's a funny story about them. In the West, this was a pretty big deal, and apparently the band was more than happy to provide their musical talents to the movie. But one of the funniest behind-the-scenes trivia I found out during this rabbit hole of research was that when Professor Sato came back from LA after signing a deal with the band, and he announced to the crew that they got Red Hot Chili Peppers involved in the project, many of the staff, I shit you not, responded with, "What peppers?" To quote producer Tanaka directly. Those who knew what it meant were quite surprised, but the others who didn't know the Chili Peppers were like, "So, what's the big deal?"
Boom. Roasted.
Nothing will ever give me greater amusement than cultural differences. Like, yes, you can be big in one country, but you'll be completely unknown to another. It really makes you see the world in just a bigger perspective. But with all of this said and done, that concludes the first movie. And holy fuck, what an adaptation this one turned out to be. For being a film that's just over 2 hours long, it is incredible to see that so much effort was put into not just adapting certain parts of the manga accurately for the big screen, but in making changes remain faithful to the tone and the themes of Death Note's story. Never once did I feel like these changes were done out of disrespect, or that it felt like it was the writer's subtle way to shit on the original story. All of the changes were not just logical within the movie's story, but were incredibly faithful to the lore of the notebook itself, which was actually something that Kaneko had to do in order to make this movie. Across multiple interviews, Kaneko confesses that one of the conditions he had was that he couldn't change the rules of the Death Note. To quote one of his responses during a Vulture interview, where a translator was there and referred to Kaneko in the third person, "The hardest part of making the movie was that the holder of the original copyright gave him a condition. He could not change the rules of the Death Note. However, in the manga, as the story progressed, they added rules. They kind of bent it every now and then. It was almost like, not exactly cheating, but if you have a strong stone scissors paper rule, and someone plays just like a little tenth of a second later, then he always wins." To even quote Kaneko himself from another interview he gave to Screen Anarchy, "Yeah, that was definitely a big challenge and a difficult part in keeping the tension really high throughout the two films. Especially like you already mentioned, we couldn't change the rules in the original manga story. The manga artists were very specific, we could not change the rules." This following of the Notebook's rules, along with other things, is why I find this adaptation to feel so respectful. For the writers, the Notebook wasn't a frustration, but an obstacle, one that they had to think about and rationalize over in order to get their story to the point they wanted, rather than them just tossing it aside and making a newer, more convenient notebook of their own, where they could indulge in their own story regardless of the original rules. Man, I can't imagine doing something like that. Wouldn't that be disrespectful? Having to both follow the original rules and also change the story to suit a movie runtime meant that the crew couldn't just half-ass the storytelling. They had to give it their all. Because I have a strong feeling that they understood that if they tried to change even one of the rules, die-hard fans of the manga would have called them out on their poor adaptation of the source material. Keep in mind, these are like 2000s fan bases. Yeah, they aren't really as bad as they are now, but still, they had their demons. And I just have to say, thank God this was a condition that the author himself gave them. Because not only does it serve as great respect towards the manga, but watching them find loopholes and technicalities in ways that make perfect sense in the universe of Death Note, and also have those strategies be completely in character for the characters of the story, it just made watching this film a marvel of storytelling. Almost down to its last atom, this film is an experience. And I think that it is a phenomenal film. This movie managed to capture the main spirit of Death Note's story, despite being so radically different towards the end. And with this incredible start, it makes me very excited to put on the next movie, Death Note: The Last Name, the film that came out mere months after the first one, and continues this epic tale for another 2 hours. Hey everyone, before we go on to the second movie, I just want to do some plugs for other projects that I'm currently working on. Skip to the next chapter if you just want to carry on with the video. My original story Shadows has 3 new chapters up since the anime video, and while it has been on a temporary hiatus given the production of this video, I will be trying to get back to work on it after this video goes live. So if you want to check out a story that proves whether or not my skills in critique can apply to creating good stories of my own, then head to the link down in the description below where you can access the webtoon. Personally, I'm very proud of what I've made. Over the last few months, Sergeant Major Mario and I once again collaborated on another book project, this time being completely different to that of Honest Bonds, an original sci-fi novel called Last Flight to Transoa. The best way to describe this tale is that it is a dive back to the traditional way sci-fi stories were told, where instead of intense lore and world building that would go across multiple stories, the narrative is just about the characters interacting and adapting to the cosmos around them, with the focus being more on character and conflicts than setting. I personally found it very fun to write in this genre, and after completing the story, I find the 2 main characters to be ones I've grown to be very proud of in regards to development and writing skill. So if you want a story peaked with action, romance, and a story that just takes you back to the days of classical adventures, then Last Flight to Transoa will be the perfect story for you to read. Once again, I feel like it contains some of my best work. Anyways, that's enough shameless self-promotion. Now back to the video. second movie begins from the eye of Jealous, who is watching the moment of Misa's attempted murder from afar, where we find out that like in the original story, he was the one responsible for saving Misa's life. As Misa hesitates and picks up the notebook, seeing the name of her stalker written inside, she gets her first glimpse at Rem, voiced by Shinosuke Ikehara, in all of his, like Ryuk, PS3 era glory. And as he tells her the main rule of the Death Note, we get our title card and a compilation of scenes from the last movie, along with a reminder of some of the main rules that formed the last film's plot, all while Danny California from Red Hot Chili Peppers plays once again. Like the last film that came before it, this movie's opening has this wonderful, eerie nature to it. It does what any good sequel would do and builds up from the narrative of its predecessor, and the way that Rem coldly comes into the plot makes this opening act one of great intrigue and tenseness. Fun fact about the stalker, did you know that his name was different between films? In the first movie, his name was Akiba Taro, which in Japanese culture could have been seen as a reference to a famous otaku culture hub, Akihabara, since the name itself could be seen as referencing John Doe from Akihabara. This was something I'm sure that the writers found out only after they released the film, because to avoid this kind of impression and potential offense to some fans, the stalker's name was changed to Taro Saigara, which I think is kind of interesting. Also during filming of the first scene, like many times during the first, it had started to rain for a portion of the shooting. After we get a description of the 23-day rule, and another canon rule explaining how if a victim's name has been written, it can't be avoided, which old fans would immediately catch on to, and is now a rule that I think is just brilliant foreshadowing for this movie's plot, the Death Note tears up to transition to Shiori's funeral, where we see a journalist is doing what they're known to do and tries to interview a student asking a lot of inappropriate questions, which the task force quickly handle with the appropriate action. After the task force quickly talk about the events of the last movie that led up to this tragic funeral, Light and his family arrive by car a little bit later on, and as they sign their names to join the funeral, we get this cool shot of Ryuk interacting with people, where there's this cool red haze that happens whenever he walks through them, which I think is very cool, and was a bit of an upgrade from the first movie. As the funeral commences, Light places a flower in front of Shiori's giant altar, his face stone cold and calculated as he's the only one that knows that he was responsible for this tragic death. And like what he did in the first movie, he convinces his father that him joining the task force is a good idea, despite his father's insistence of leaving him out of it. Ryuk even gets a little jab in to annoy Light, and I like how although he knows that he can't even touch Ryuk, Light still tries to anyway as he pretends to scratch his head. Like I've said before, Ryuk is just such a little shit throughout this story. He's wonderful. After this moment, the movie cuts to inside the Sakura TV set, where a new character named Sayako Nishiyama, played by Sakura Uehara, is reporting the news of another child murderer being killed by Kira, with the news even showing the brother of that child being thankful for Kira enacting justice, saying that his sister in the afterlife maybe asked Kira to grant his birthday wish. And that is just... Jesus Christ. The mere thought that a child was either A, genuinely wishing for a criminal to die, or B, this kind of thinking was being encouraged enough to where he was put in front of the camera, and behind him a crowd of Kira supporters that are trying to use this tragedy and this child to push their own Kira agenda, is a line of thought that I find way too disgusting to pay too much mind to because Jesus Christ, that shit, yeah, that would be incredibly realistic. The new stuff this film adds in highlighting the reaction to Kira and even trying to use people's deaths to push their cause, it's really damn good. The social commentary that this film provides is fucking wonderful. This harrowing new story is all told while Kiyomi Takeda, played by Nana Katase, watches from behind the camera, with a notebook scrawled in notes showing that she was doing her own investigation into Kira. You heard that right? I said the name Kiyomi Takeda, the same girl who was originally one of Light's many girlfriends and played a very big part in the Nier arc from the manga. Instead of being college age, she's a full-grown adult who's deep in the trenches of Sakura TV, where her role is very different to how it was in the original story. But in typical Death Note movie fashion, her role in this film is one that will prove to be just as well executed and told. It also helps the movie that the actress, Nana Katase, brings out a lot of the original character's spark thanks to her own love for Death Note, where, like Erika Toda, she became a fan of the original comics after reading all the volumes after getting cast as Takeda.
本当にデスノートが大好きで、もう関われるだけでも幸せですけど、もうとにかくもう皆さんが
I could only imagine how Katase felt when she was presented with this very different take on a character she probably knew all about, and still found her written well enough that she did the role justice anyway. That's just some very good shit. Fun little fact, the set that they used to film the news scenes wasn't a set that they made, but was a real news station that Japanese news company NTV allowed the crew to film in, which I'm guessing they got thanks to the success of the last movie, at least being successful in Asian countries. The movie then shows a scene where Watori drives Light to the new headquarters of the task force, and Light gets his first glimpse at the new base. And can I just say that the set that they made for this is just, it's awesome. There's so many little stuff inside of it and everyone seems very busy in their work. It just makes it all a visual treat. This scene is also where Light and L get their first proper interaction, which I'm not really counting the first movie because, you know, that was just kind of a cliffhanger. And this interaction is not a somewhat pleasant one like from the manga. This time it is immediately confrontational, with the two trying to psych the other one out, all done over a game that every movie uses to make their characters look smart: chess. This is a funny trope that's done practically everywhere with a story that tries to show off any kind of intelligence, but while it is a little bit silly, I do enjoy its implementation into this back and forth, as it does visually represent the kind of mind games each of the players is trying to do to the other, with Light asking questions to keep L distracted while he goes in for a checkmate right under his nose. It's a very clever and cute use of symbolism to their dynamic. I think it's very cool. Fun fact, this scene was the first shots that the crew filmed with Matsuyama and the rest of the task force actors. And around this time, news of the first movie's success during the pre-screening was known to everyone on board, and all the cast was excited to meet again after only a few months apart. Things were actually looking pretty good for everybody. The energy on set, I'm sure, was very contagious. But the actors, trying their best to concentrate on their acting, did whatever they could to get into character, with Fujiwara and Matsuyama helping each other out during shooting, and Matsuyama remaining by himself whenever the camera wasn't rolling, exactly like what he did before in the first movie.
久しぶりに L をやって入るまで結構かかりましたね。今日やってみて L の感覚っていうのは自分の中で結構忘れてないと思ってたんですけど、結構忘れてたところがあったなと。覚えてるところもなんか起こしにくかったですね。
You always gotta appreciate actors who are that dedicated to their craft. It's always incredibly commendable to see that. After Ryuk pops up from behind L and he offers Light the ideal once again, the film then shows a news report that shows that Kira has now gone political, with the Japanese Prime Minister himself even supporting Kira's actions, along with many of the younger members of the government supplying their own reasoning for why they support Kira's reign of justice. And that's just, yeah, very great use of metaphorical subtext to have it so that it's the younger, less experienced members of the government who are all about this new solution to crime. Something something, critique of progress, something something, young people know nothing about the world, something something, this storytelling is peak. God, I fucking love this movie. As Soichiro vouches for L even against his higher command, the movie transitions to a scene involving a Sakura TV event, with performances, stalls, the whole shebang. Fun fact, you see this comedy duo here? They are actually an official comedy pair. They're called License, and they were contacted by the comedy agency Yoshimoto Kogyo to supply a performance for this movie. I'm not sure how popular they are because of course I'm not Japanese, but I like to think that seeing a duo like License in a Japanese film would be the equivalent to seeing a duo like Ant and Dec in a Western film. Ain't that just very sweet? But as Sayu calls out the festival for being lame and her friend drops some very dark foreshadowing, Takeda is seen arguing with Demigawa, played by Yuichi Kojima, who also acts under the pseudonym Maggie, and they're arguing on the subject of Sayako's safety, and Takeda begs to replace her given that she understands Kira and how they work, to which Demigawa immediately shuts her down, saying that she doesn't have what it takes. And as the Kira broadcast begins like in the manga, Demigawa is given a brand new layer of sliminess after he shuts down Takeda's pleas again with a very creepy ass grab. And when Sayako sees that Takeda was going to do something about it, she tells Takeda to keep the assault to herself, as if she doesn't, she might lose her job. Her response subtly showing that Demigawa had definitely at one point done it to her. It's lovely that the film just decided to make the entirety of Sakura TV complete scum and have it not all be from Demigawa. Speaking of that disturbing ass grab, fun fact, during the first take of that shot, Maggie was hesitant to perform such an act, because of course he would, and trying to be a little bit more respectful, instead just gave Katase a pat, as he thought that would be enough to show off the sliminess of his character. But the awkward thing was that during that take, because she is way taller than him, Maggie had accidentally touched Katase's leg, a story that he told to a large audience during the press releases of the film.
僕もジロジロ見てお尻触るのは良くないなと思ったんで、ポンポンってこう触ってたんですね。片手さんにそこ足ですけどって言われたんです。
It's good that despite the awkwardness of that scene, the two seem to have took it in good spirits. Maggie seems like a very nice person. It's also during the filming of the soccer reporting scenes did Kaneko and Urahara have a small conversation regarding their names. And while I know that it doesn't really relate to anything in the film, I think the interaction is cute enough to show it here before I go on.
なんかさ、J リーガーとかにそうじゃないかな。若いめのなんか名前で、シュウちゃん。50ですか。
From the small bits I saw from behind the scenes, Uehara seemed like she was pleasant to work with. Her character is a very good addition to the more subtle themes that the movie tries to implement during the course of the story. What those more subtle themes are, we can get to later. Soichiro gets the call about the broadcast while with the commissioner, and the two watch on as the broadcast begins, where Sayaka reports that 3 days ago, Sakura TV was sent 2 anonymous tapes claiming to be Kira, and that they were given specific instructions for them to follow, lest they lose their lives. Although this time, rather than Misa masquerading herself as being the true Kira like from the original story, she instead confesses to being a second Kira, which I think is a very interesting change from the manga. Because with this change, it means that the whole part of the story where the gang have to find out on whether or not this Kira is real doesn't have to happen. But what I also think is neat about this is that this scene now has a very different element of intensity to it, as now this moment is being done to the knowledge of everybody, someone who was inspired by the original Kira's killings, and is going about their own way of enacting justice, copying the original while fundamentally not getting the real philosophy of their god, making this second Kira a lot more dangerous and terrifying. Given that the last film had already established that Misa admired Kira, this scene has this very cool symbolism of a cult member enacting and committing evils for the sake of their master, showing the corruptive power of Kira's philosophy, and the horrors that Misa will perform this time around will prove to still be very memorable. But the fact that Sakura TV are being held at metaphorical gunpoint follows very similarly to the manga, and as the tape plays, we get to hear the first ever iteration of this fake Kira, and it, in my opinion, was done much better than what the anime would do. Rather than the voice being pitched all the way down, this one is now completely lifeless, and the robotic tone of the voice makes it genuinely impossible to determine the sex or even the personality of this new Kira.
私は第二のキラです。キラと同じように悪を憎み、犯罪のない理想の世界を作りたいと願っています。だから、キラに反対する人は敵です。
And the way it speaks in waves and the pitch is almost painful to listen to, gives it this extremely haunting and chilling fear factor that I personally found way scarier to listen to, especially as it talks over the very brutal scene that's about to unfold. As Kira 2 talks about their goals, they tell that a man named Kazuhiko Hibima, a presenter for Taiyo TV, would die of a heart attack for his outward defiance against Kira. And as Demigawa makes his team heavily edit the live broadcast of Taiyo TV over the Kira footage, Hibima is seen debating his point, and on cue, dies of a heart attack, to the horrified shock of the live audience. Seeing hundreds of people react to this murder live was honestly so much creepier, as while it doesn't have that coldness that the deaths had in the manga, it has this sense of otherworldly dread. Like now that the crowd saw firsthand the way Kira kills his detractors, panic immediately sets in. But it doesn't last for very long, as when Mogi drives hurriedly to the festival, the once panicked group of people turns into a full-on riot, as Kira's supporters go full mask off and start attacking the police. And during this riot, even Sayu's friend exposes herself gleefully to being on Kira's side, something that Sayu is horrified to hear. Like I've said a good few times throughout the course of this review, it's great to see how the movie show the public reacting to Kira, and in this scene it shows how so many people can get easily propagandized into supporting terrible ideas, as the crowd, once horrified of the senseless killing, gets this sense of justice that turns a lot of them wild, abandoning social norms and reveling in the presence of this new method of executing evil, where law and order are tossed to the wayside to replace with mob justice. It's very creepy to see the reactions transform so rapidly. Is it dramatic? Sure, but there is still a sense of realism in it that I find really enjoyable. Kaneko just really got this side of the story, I swear to god. As Mogi desperately tries to get the crowd to see sense and doesn't succeed, he is then killed off by the second Kira, instead of Ukita from the original. And when police come in and attempt to get his body, they die off as well, dropping like flies the moment they enact any sense of order, further fueling the crowd's horror and frenzy. The absolute chaos and intensity that goes through this entire scene is fucking excellent. And it's done even better with Elle immediately clocking that this Kira is different from the original, showing some genuine fear as he watches helplessly from afar. Seeing this entire moment play out and getting to see in real time Elle's entire case about Kira going up in flames was so fucking good. It gives the film, for a brief few minutes, an almost horror movie-like aesthetic. I love it. We even get to see a flash of humanity come back to light as he sees that on the broadcast that Sayu is present, making him slightly panic. Kind of like how in the Nier arc he showed a bit of panic when Sayu was kidnapped. Could that have been a small reference to that moment? Maybe, but even if it wasn't, it's still a really good scene. When the second Kira asks the original Kira to join him and talks about sharing their Shinigami, like in the original story, Elle falls over in fright, albeit a little less effectively this time around if I'm being completely honest with myself. Granted, the manga was fairly quick with this moment, and I still firmly believe that the anime has the best adaptation of this scene, but here it just kinda looked like that Elle just lay back too far in his chair and then just fell accidentally. I didn't really get the sense that he was scared, if you know what I mean. Personally, I believe he just tripped, and to save face, he pretended to be scared. I know that's not true, but come on, let me have a few jokes in here, please. But when Sayu looks at the 3 dead bodies around her and that haunting voice continues to play God, she stands up and outwardly calls out the second Kira, berating him for the horrors he has committed, showing that everyone born in the Yagami family is their own version of badass because fuck me, Sayu, that actually takes some ovaries. When Misa sees Sayu's name and her accusation of being a murderer is heard over and over again, for the first time, we get a glimpse into the night that changed Misa's life forever. In this movie, we actually get to see the night of Misa's family's murder, and as she wanders through darkened halls and dead bodies that are lit up only by the occasional flash of lightning, we get this really creepy shot of blood pouring towards Misa's feet, but her memories are interrupted by a loud horn, as a truck comes barreling through the crowd and runs straight into the large TV, shattering it to pieces. Out of the wreckage, a masked man comes out to rescue Sayu, the masked man being none other than Soichiro fucking Yagami, who not only sends Sayu inside for protection, but destroys the camera who shows all of the victims before they died, destroys the power lines to the station by shooting them with his gun, and takes off his fucking helmet right out in the open as if daring this new Kira to try and kill him.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
The stance, the look of rage on his face, the authority he exudes to everyone around him. Takeshi Kaga plays Soichiro's badassery so fucking well, and seeing the crowd be so scared of him that they run away whenever he marches in their direction, like he's parting the sea with his absolute fucking aura, is just mwah, mwah. I love it. Good fucking soup. And it's even further shown with him barreling through the studio straight towards Demigawa, and when Demigawa tries the same excuse as he did in the manga, he cowers the very same way as Soichiro brandishes the gun straight up this time, which somehow feels way more unhinged than it did in the manga. Kaga's energy is just, fuck me, it's so good. And I swear, casting this 5-foot-something actor to play Demigawa was such a good choice. He's like the perfect personification of the absolutely ratty personality of the original character. He just exudes this absolute patheticness in his performance. And him cowering in fear at the Chad that is Soichiro, god, it was so cathartic to watch. Some fun facts about this entire scene. The outside moments were filmed in the Senkai building in Otamachi, where hundreds of extras were hired for the crowd shots. During filming, temperatures reached to 29 degrees Celsius, or 84 degrees for you fucking backwater freedom lovers, meaning that throughout the day, it was quite boiling for everyone involved. Like the last film, the crowd reacted to live-action footage, meaning that the reactions were a lot more authentic. All was going fine on the first day, but when the next day came, Otamachi was hit with a heavy rainstorm, meaning that the set had to be covered up and large-scale shooting had to be delayed to a later date. The continuation of this scene then happened a whole 40 days later, and the truck-kun scene had to be rehearsed multiple times so that no one on set got injured. The man who actually drove truck-kun, as you might have guessed, was not actually Kaga, but a stuntman. Because, you know, this is the 2000s, they were transitioning away from actors hurting themselves for their films, unless I don't know, you're fucking Tom Cruise. And as for the TV truck-kun crashed into, it was not actually a real TV, but a replacement dummy that had explosives attached to it so it would create that big crash we see in the final movie, with some of its supports even being cut down so that the crash could be easier, which concluded 3 consecutive days of filming on this set. As Soichiro tells the gang what he did, and even L gives him his dues by admitting he never would have done what the god of manliness accomplished, Light quickly excuses himself to go to Sakura headquarters, cleverly acting like a concerned son and brother, and when all alone, fills Ryuk in on the plans to use this new Kira as he walks, understanding that this new killer could only have accomplished what they did if they had the Shinigami eyes. Misa just so manages to hide the death note from her boss, and as Light makes his way inside and comforts Sayu, Misa manages to get a good look at him while the Yagami family make their way out of the building, with the Shinigami eyes being shown to be yellow, as opposed to the bright red eyes that the anime would end up giving any character who did the deal. I personally think that the red is just better because it looks a lot more demonic, but hey, the yellow eyes still have the creepy factor, it's still really cool. The unnatural eye color is still very effective. And fun facts, this part was the first scene that Fujiwara, Toda, and Kaga recorded for Death Note 2. This was also the first day that Mitsushima acted as Sayu, with Toda being nervous at first given that this would be the first time she got to actually meet some of the actors from the film.
初めて他の共演者の方との絡みがあったので少し緊張してたんです。
I do find it kinda crazy that one of the main actresses for the first film never met any of the other cast until the second one. That's just really hard to imagine. Kaga also had to come all the way to Osaka for this one scene of filming, something he had to do for the last movie as well. But it looked like he was in good spirits throughout the shoot, and Mitsushima even admitted to feeling a little starstruck as she got to act with Kaga again.
今日は大阪に加賀さんと一緒に歩きに参りました。歩くだけのシーンだったんですが。
God, everyone in this cast is just so fucking pure. Back at HQ, the boys discuss the origins of the tapes. And as L devours more sweets and his brain starts kicking into overdrive, Soichiro suggests the possibility that the second Kira was actually a trick played by the original, as a psyop to make the police think that there was more than one to deal with, which when L asks the others for their input, Light immediately comes in hot by telling them that his father is most likely wrong. This Kira is too amateur. He killed innocent people. The tapes were poorly made. And he is way too stupid to be the true Kira. A lot of things that Manga Light also pointed out, but here it feels way more personal. and Light's commentary feels way more scathing. And it's just very smooth, Light. Very smooth. I can practically see L's suspicion meter for you rising by the second. When L suspects that this Kira was inside the Sakura building at the time of the murders, and demands everyone there be questioned along with asking Soichiro to do something for him, we get a moment where many men in suits from Sakura TV talk about all the great ratings they got from the Kira broadcast, praising Sayako for her work, and practically frothing at the mouth when Demigawa shows them all a private police report, which he got from a bit of wrist twisting, and is something that they all know will boost their ratings even higher. Like I said before, the film evolves Sakura TV from being Demigawa being the only bad guy in the manga, to having the whole studio be complete scum, making Sakura TV the company feel almost like a character in and of itself, which I think really works to the movie's advantage. And this is where we talk about one of the subtle themes of Death Note: corporate corruption. In this film, Sakura TV is another way to expose the downsides in Kira's philosophy, while also acting as a critique of corrupt businesses in general. In many companies, a lot of shitty practices are covered up or not reported so that people can keep their jobs, and the prospect of higher views to some people outweighs all morals. Any publicity is good publicity. That is the mindset of these companies. From the way the higher-ups go crazy at the idea of a bigger viewer base thanks to broadcasting innocent people getting killed, it sort of mirrors the mindset of Kira, in that the ends justify the means, one of the main backbones to the Kira philosophy. But where Kira justifies their killings with justice, Sakura TV justifies their broadcasting of death and Kira propaganda with profits. Different ends, absolutely, but has the exact same justifications. Sakura TV's purpose in this story is not to show Kira corrupting an innocent news station, even though that would be an interesting story, but it allows an already shitty company to expose themselves for being corrupted all along, all by themselves, by using Kira's philosophy as a chance to capitalize on the new current thing. The station serves to expose a darker side to Kira supporters, where, like I mentioned way back in the manga video, a lot of these supporters are not actually in it for justice, but personal gain. Something that the film does a fantastic job at showing to the audience. The corruption of Sakura TV is further exposed as when during this frenzy, Takeda is talking to the side with her friend about her going uncredited for her work of actually getting the tapes from Kira. And when her friend asks why she doesn't apply to be a presenter herself, Takeda straight up calls Sayako a whore, saying that she doesn't respect anybody who sells sex. That is a side of Sayako that is, whew boy, that is brutal. But surprisingly realistic, given a lot of the weird stories we hear in regards to corporate companies. Oh boy, I wonder if that comment's gonna get me in trouble. As Misa is back at her house and prints out a form of Light's identity, the message to Kira that was bait from the manga, comprised by L and Light to get the second Kira to expose themselves, is now an actual police broadcast that tries to plead this new Kira to reform and change their ways. And one detail I like is that because of this very different approach, Misa is paying this plea absolutely no mind as she fawns over Light. I think it was really cool to represent the corruption in that kind of way. Kira's philosophy is so great that any kind of plea for reform just goes in one ear and out the other. You might as well have not even tried. While the boys go over the 5,000 Sakura TV members and we see that Misa's face was one of the first they pulled out, god that's unfortunate, Light returns home during the night and is ambushed by Misa. And after getting home and Sayu and her mom recognize Misa from TV and not calling her a skank like in the manga, Light, alone with Misa, immediately starts interrogating her on how she managed to find him, along with coldly stating that if she would have gotten arrested, the secret of Kira would have gotten out. As Toda does a very accurate, albeit less expressive performance of Misa's character, we get the proper backstory to Misa's devotion to Kira, told in the soothing voice of Rem. And this, I will say, is probably one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie. The reason I say that is that I think it does a great job at actually allowing you to feel the rage and despair that boiled inside Misa for the longest time, rather than it being just over dialogue during the manga's conversation. With the flashbacks addition, you get to actually see how traumatizing it was for Misa to see her family get murdered, and on top of that, see the killer, who like all the others in the films is shown to be a complete psychopath, get away scot-free with the murder. You can really feel how that kind of situation would rot away someone's happiness and leave them as a deeply depressed and distant person, where no hope or even a prospect of a future can even exist. In this despair, Misa is properly shown to be a husk of a human being, and it explains why Misa became so attached to Kira so strongly, because although Kira to others is a monster, and to some an extreme reaction to a perfectly valid concern, Kira was the person who brought her back to life from her depression, a being that allowed her to see the light in all of the darkness. Kira, in a way, saved her soul, like how God would do to a man during a time of despair. Like a cult leader or any false god, Kira managed to save Misa at her lowest point, resulting in complete devotion, and be ready to do anything that he may ask, no matter how humiliating or dangerous. It was a moment that I thought was brushed upon pretty briefly in the manga, and I really appreciate the film for taking a minute to actually really show you what happened physically and mentally to Misa, because now her devotion to light feels way less like a fangirl and more like a tortured soul finally meeting the one who gave them salvation, a chance to live again. And I think that is just a brilliant change. This entire scene, it's just, God, it was so good. But it lands on deaf ears, as Light, after hearing all of that, still gets one last dig in at her, and then uses his Kira manipulation to get Misa completely devoted to him, adapting that one famous panel from the manga pretty faithfully. And after that, the plan to kill L begins. Although it does take a bit for Misa to agree once Light tells her that he will need to be a whore for a while. And Ren doesn't help in the matter by being the loyal bodyguard and daring Light to kill Misa if he wants to be Kira himself. I don't have much to say about this part of the scene because it is pretty much exactly like the manga, so you know, a lot of the thoughts I put to the manga apply here. But one thing I think is subtly fucking excellent for Light's character is that him telling Misa that he's going to be a whore sort of illustrates how far he's fallen. Because, remember, in the first film, he was a loyal boyfriend to Shiori. Him now just using the hearts of any girl just so that he won't get caught shows a much deeper corruption that is happening to his soul, as now the hearts of women don't mean anything to him anymore. That's so subtle, but still, that's really cool. That's such a good way to recontextualize his original personality. You might disagree, of course, but you know, I think it's neat. But a few days later, we get to see Elle and Light meet up by themselves, as opposed to Light having Takeda with him because, well, the story is very different now. And as the two discuss and talk about the plan together, Elle is wearing this funny looking mask in order to protect his face from the second Kira. Something that, fun fact, wasn't actually in the original script. This was all Matsuyama's idea to implement this mask into the story, and Kaneko liked it so much that he went along with it. This shows such great attention to Elle's character, and honestly, after having seen how Elle uses this mask in the movie, I honestly question why he didn't try it once in the manga, because that would be a really good failsafe. Although in saying that, exposing himself in the open when he knows there's a second Kira who can kill with just a person's face does make him look more insane, and that in and of itself does make for some very good drama. But hey, different ideas, different executions, but having the exact same character traits. It's great. And for a few minutes, the film does a fairly one-to-one adaptation of the scene where Misa meets Elle for the first time, with the movie adding in its own flair by making Elle more expressive with a supposed fanboy for Misa, Elle trying to swoon Misa over to the goblin's side to no avail after he robs her phone, which in the movie he makes it look like he tripped over, which I think is very clever, and the crowd scene has this silly pop beat over it, which makes it all the more enjoyable to watch. Misa also doesn't have a manager this time, she just left by herself. The way the film just managed to seamlessly transition from a serious scene to a more lighthearted scene is really impressive. And the fact that this moment didn't feel jarring whatsoever was a wonderful thing to experience. God, I really can't praise these movies enough. They're so good at capturing the magic of Death Note. As Light and Elle part ways, the movie again adds its own flair to one of Elle's best power moves from the manga, where here, it makes it so that the phone rings and Light only notices what's wrong when he hears Elle's voice over the phone, which I think was a really neat touch. This way you can just see the joy vanish from Light's eyes as dread practically oozes out of him, realizing that he had just unintentionally fallen into one of Elle's many traps, just when he thought he was in the clear. The two of them turning at the same time to see each other was also really cool. I'm not sure if that took a few takes to do, but if it did, props to the bit. It's cool. Fun facts about this scene, the college the crew shot at was at a real university campus, and it was the only time that Matsuyama ever acted outdoors. And it's something I'm sure he didn't really complain about because during filming, Matsuyama had started to feel unwell due to the wake causing him issues because during the day it was extremely hot. And behind the scenes shows that throughout the shoot he had to constantly calm down so as not to get worse. As somebody who has worn wigs before, yeah, it really does get under your skin when it starts getting really hot outside, so you know, props to Matsuyama for committing. I understand your pain. But like the manga, Elle tells Light that the boys captured Misa under suspicion of being the second Kira, and after Ryuk rubs Light's predicament in his face, because of course he would, we get to the infamous torture scene from the manga, with Toda doing extremely well at acting scared and losing her mind to isolation. The change of her being watched very closely by a one-way mirror rather than on a television security camera certainly makes the whole torture feel way more intense, and Elle just looks so fucking unhinged. Not to mention that the arguments between the task force and Elle, along with the very dark lighting similar to the manga, made this scene a very gripping watch as well. Though one amusing detail during all of these moments was that Elle would douse his sweets in copious amounts of sauce. His sweet habits, like I mentioned before, were turned up to 11 for this film. Fucking Christ, that was a big one. And him attempting to eat these sauce-covered foods did surprisingly well at making me feel a little uncomfortable during these moments. If that was indeed the intention for why he did it, then great job to the crew. That was a nice little psychological trick, as well as being very in character for Elle. Two birds, sniped with one stone. When Light and Ryuk talk about talking to Rem soon in case Misa snaps, Misa's torture continues, reaching the stage where she's being sat down. And after the movie showing me why there's this random woman who was added to the task force, Misa begs Rem to kill her, Toda showing off some extremely good acting as she screams for death, giving this entire scene a very unsettling vibe. And given that on set she was bound for sometimes hours at a time, she did an extremely good job. And behind the scenes show that throughout the whole process, despite not being able to move and sometimes being blind for up to an hour, Toda was very patient and very bright, getting better and better the more they kept rolling. To quote her in an interview she gave to Star Central, it was time-consuming to undo the jacket, so I often had to wait around in the straitjacket between takes. Sometimes I had to be blindfolded for 1 whole hour. Absolutely massive props to Toda for committing so much to the role. She deserves major respect for that alone. And her acting during her psychotic episode, like I've said, really gripping stuff. It's incredible. Great job, Toda. Great job. As Light preps in advance for his plan, he finally gets a visit from Rem, who tells him all about Misa's predicament and how if he doesn't save her, Rem will go through with killing him. And it's during this confrontation do we get the backstory of Jealous's death, rather than Rem telling Misa the story way before in the manga. And this scene was one that, while small, is still really good. From the somber music and Ikehara's haunting but soothing narration, I believe that this scene, while done in effects that aren't the greatest, still had a lot of charm, and manages to capture the tragedy of the original moment from the manga in just under a minute. Jealous didn't say a word of dialogue, but even without doing so, his emotions and his confliction were still conveyed properly, making his death still have a bit of an impact on me. I praise the movie for even showing us this death rather than just skipping it entirely, but the fact that the film placed this scene here was actually genius, as through showing off Jealous's backstory here, Light finally figures out a weakness to the Shinigami, in a way that's way more sinister than before. And with this new knowledge being kept in the back of his mind, he incites his plan to kill L and save Misa at the same time. The beginning of this plan has him and the two Shinigami go to the forest and part ways, with Rem flying off into the sky with Misa's death note, with Light promising Rem that if he does what he's told, Misa will be okay. Fun facts about this scene. The location of this forest was in Hachioji, and on the first day there was heavy rainfall that lasted several hours, but determined to get the work done, the crew carried on with filming once the rain had stopped. The fog that you see in the film wasn't natural fog, but was added in by the crew using smog machines, with the intention of creating a mysterious atmosphere. Like in the last film, Fujiwara had to act out the Shinigami scenes twice, one with the dummies of Ryuk and Rem, and one without them. Though this time, the dummies were just the torsos of the two Shinigami as opposed to the full body of Ryuk from before, which I'm guessing they did to save time and make them easier to operate. And during actual shooting, Fujiwara now only had to act against markers that the crew put in, very much like how modern films would do today. Which when I saw this, it made me question why they had the dummies at all. Because if they weren't going to film the dummies, then what was the point in having them? If I were to give out a wild guess, they maybe had the dummies so that the crew would know what they looked like, and be able to frame the shots properly to fit them all in during the CGI stage. That makes sense to me, but I don't know, could be wrong. It's just me speculating. But the scene of Light turning himself in and playing his 4D chess play of confining himself to get L off his tail of being Kira, God, that was a fucking sentence and a half, is afoot, with the boys doing a pretty funny job at hiding the way they're torturing Misa before he comes in. Like sweeping dust under a rug. Lovely. As Light is confined, Soichiro tries to do his own investigation by returning home, and searches his son's room inside and out, trying to find anything suspicious. But through this ransacking of his son's room, he finds a bunch of law books that are revealed to be ones he gave to his son on his 18th birthday. And as Fujiwara's attempt at a younger voice plays back in his mind, Soichiro takes a moment to pause, reminiscing on the simpler and better times in the Yagami family. I personally think that this scene, while fairly short, still does a good job at being the small gut punch to the audience, because it reminds them once again that at one point, Light was a bright-eyed young man with strong aspirations for the future. To place it here was a great way to show how far Light has fallen, and how the idea of his son being Kira starts to seriously affect Soichiro, despite his hardened exterior. Soichiro hangs by threads during this whole movie, and Kaga's conveyance of the inner turmoil that this man is having inside himself is superbly acted. He represents exactly the kind of terror that a father would have after hearing that their son is suspected of doing something awful. The man is just an absolute treasure, and good God, he was such a perfect casting as Soichiro. But the days of confinement go ahead, and while Light is being told about there being some Kira killings since his confinement, the movie cuts briefly to Takeda, who while in the bathroom finds Sayako's ID pass lying on the floor, and instead of giving it back to her, even seeing that she's desperate to find it, she goes home and burns the ID on her porch, not so subtly symbolizing the corruption of Sakura TV and Kira starting to corrupt her as well. During this small moment of protest, Ren drops the death note beside her, and after picking it up and looking around, the two meet for the first time, Ren performing an action very similar to what she did in the manga when trying to stop Misa from screaming. I gotta say, Takada's reaction has been the most human so far. And fun fact, this interaction was actually green screened. And unlike the other effects, this time I genuinely couldn't tell. Besides the Shinigami, of course. The confinement of Light and Misa continue, this adaptation having it so Suichiro isn't confined as well. And after the many days of confinement, Light gives the word to Ryuk and loses all of his connection to his death note. And I gotta say, the way Fujiwara was able to transition Light into being more expressive without coming off as amateur was amazing to watch. It felt all incredibly natural. His past experiences as an actor really showed what he was capable of, and I also like the subtle detail that to show the progress of time, Light even has some facial stubble growing. That's such a small detail that they didn't have to do, but they did it anyway, and it really is pretty neat. But once his memories are gone, Takada is pushed by Rem to use the Death Note, and as her new high of being the new Kira commences, the killings begin once again. And L even tells Light the same lie that he did in the manga. Different versions, same little rat. But as we get a compilation of more criminals dying of heart attacks, Takada asks Rem why she specifically was chosen, and Rem tells her that the reason she was picked was because she understood and predicted how Kira chose his victims, and managed to pull a scoop for Sakura TV. Whether Rem is lying entirely about this being the reason, I'm not exactly sure, but either way, it does do a good job at brainwashing Takada slowly. Because it's here that the film reveals that the reason why Takada did so much work on finding Kira was not because she was trying to find and catch him, but it was actually because she was a Kira sympathizer all along, believing wholeheartedly in this new reign of terror. And with her new power, Takada begins her journey of trying to spread Kira's influence through the world of television, her real motive this entire time. A very different setting and a very different take on the same character from the manga, and yet it feels completely in character for Takada to do this, given the devotion she had to Kira from before, since that's the beautiful thing about Takada in this version. While on a surface level she seems very different, the changes they actually made to her character was pretty much nothing. If anything, the only thing that is different is her age. Everything else is fairly accurate to the source material. The best way that I can describe how Takada is written in this movie is like the writers went, what if we took this character and put them here instead? How would they react and what would they do? Changing virtually nothing about the character and just letting her go in a different environment. That way, the movie managed to take Takada's character and write her seamlessly into a different setting, while also remaining faithful to what Takada was like before. And that is just... God, the writing of this film is so fucking good. How did they do this? Kaneko wrote all of this while working on Death Note 1, and the script still came out as tight as this. How did he do it? As L is pushed into a moral corner by the task force after theorizing that Kira's power was transferred to another person, Light and Misa are finally let out, and due to the mental and physical stress that confinement put them through, they're put into recovery. Which, given the circumstances, makes complete sense. And before Light can wake up, L comes into frame in the funniest way possible. Seriously, why and how was L able to do that? There was no one behind him when we see him again. This just implies that he decided to do this all by himself for no other reason than to just be a gremlin. He has to keep his aura, you see, he can't lose it even for a second. God, Matsuyama, your portrayal as L was just a gift to humanity. But after sliding into the room, Light, after going through so much shit, still is determined to join L in catching this new Kira, although like in the manga, he and Misa would be monitored 24/7. But after a little bit of manga accuracy, the script diverts again, and we're introduced to the story of Takada's reign as Kira, where she arranged a meeting with a supposed murderer, and just when they happen to almost meet, the criminal dies of a heart attack. This incident leads to her getting interviewed by Sayako herself, where Takada starts pushing her subtle pro-Kira propaganda, along with outshowing Sayako in a very subtle way, which Demigawa finds very amusing. After being promoted to be the new anchor of Sakura TV, Sayako shows her more jealous side by calling Takeda a fly, telling her to know her place in the workforce. And during the car ride with Demigawa, which fun fact behind the scenes shows that the car was being dragged around by a truck, Sayako starts ranting about what Takeda's doing that she isn't, and she even accuses Demigawa of sleeping with Takeda, something that he did with her to get her a job, to which Demigawa responds with the most scathing response.
今時俺と寝て番組撮ろうなんてお前ぐらいだよ。
He's already dead.
Jesus Christ, there's slut-shaming and then there's executing. Fucking hell, Demigawa. But as Sayako's night seems like it couldn't get any worse, once she gets out of the car, she gets a brief visit from Truck-kun, being the first innocent person that Takeda has murdered, and with Sayako gone, Takeda takes over as the new spokesperson for Sakura TV, reporting her former star's death under a veil of crocodile tears. I absolutely loved this entire plan. Not only did it make sense both in universe and in character for Takeda to do this, but it really exposed what kind of evils the Death Note exposes if the wrong hands grasp onto it. In trying to undo the corruption of Sakura TV, Takeda simply becomes as corrupt as them, thinking her way is just and that if Sayako is out of the way, then her Kira propaganda can go on completely unopposed, where she alone can bathe in the spotlight of being the great partner of Kira. The fact that she used a criminal's death to even get a spot on the news, showing that the criminal's life meant absolutely nothing to her but an opportunity to boost her own career, and then eradicate all of her competition at the slightest pushback, this whole plan was a beautiful representation of Takeda's corroding moral code. Kira's mindset only corrupts the longer the user has it, and Takeda is no exception. In an interview, Kaneko talked about Takeda's role in the story, and said that, quote, her character is important in reminding us the satanic power of the Death Note. Even Katase herself agrees, where when she was interviewed, she said, quote, my scenes are terrifying even on the video monitor. We both have a strong sense of justice, but we are different in that even though I have my beliefs, I would not kill anyone based on them. The whole side story relating to the crab bucket-like frenzy of Sakura TV serves as an amazing B-plot for this movie, and through showing the inner workings of such a shitty company, it adds a whole other layer of complexity and commentary to Death Note's story, revealing just how poisonous Kira's ideology can be. Fun little fact, the whole scene of Takeda witnessing the criminal getting killed was the very first major shot that the crew recorded for this movie. They shot in Ochanomizu, Tokyo, and during the shoot, a crowd of people gathered around to see what was going on. But to respect the crew, the crowd remained silent during shooting. Given that this was Katase's first ever scene, Kaneko did several rehearsals and takes with her so that she was able to properly get in character. But Katase, being a fan of the original story, was already determined to give it her all.
精一杯今汗だらだらですけど、そんな感じでもう結構 150% で頑張っていきたいなと思います。
You sure did, Katase. You sure did. Back at HQ, the investigation of the new Kira resumes, with Light finding a breakthrough while Misa tries and fails to get his attention. Seeing that this time Misa is chained by the ankle so that she can't escape the room is very disturbing to think about, but I guess in this version Light and Elle aren't cuffed together, so that's nice. Baby steps, I guess. As Elle is sitting in a corner depressed, chubby bunnying some marshmallows, there's likely generations of people who won't get that joke. Light shows the boys his findings. And I gotta admit, I find this part of the Kira investigation to be far more interesting than it was in the manga. Using many different factors such as gender, media reports, and TV stations, Light figures out that not only could the new Kira be working for Sakura TV, but judging from their killings and the reasons why the killings happened, they're most likely to be female, making Elle interested in the case once again. Something about it just feels extra engaging when both Light, Elle, and the task force all come together to find a potential suspect. and having Matsuda be the one to put in the last missing piece was a brilliant touch. Their roles may be a lot smaller this time around given the shorter runtime, but the task force, although not being as well developed as they were before, are all still at least likable characters. They really do give off the impression that they're a team. And with their suspect, the plan to catch Takeda begins, where Takeda makes no effort to hide her notebook or even her motives while she thinks she's all alone, as she outright talks to Rem out in the open, leaving everyone confused and bewildered. Very similar to the way Higuchi confused the fuck out of everyone way back in the manga. To get her caught, the police agree to have the criminal she wrote down the day before die the next day, as that would give them evidence. And to shake her up, they first contact her over the phone and say that they found out about some of the work she'd done on Kira during her time in Sakura TV, and claimed to her that they filmed her having connections to Kira, where if she doesn't pay 5 million yen, or $32,216 in today's money, they will release the tape to the press. This causes Takeda to panic and start making herself look very suspicious on the cameras. And when all the criminals she wrote down the day before die in rapid succession, she is caught red-handed by the task force. And with this final bit of proof, everybody is ready to swing into action. The thumbs up that L gives to Light here just kinda makes me laugh. Yeah, buddy, look at you go on whatever the fuck it is you're eating. With the plan finally commenced, Matsuda meets up with Takeda disguised as a sleazy journalist, and gives her a bank card with the fake name Yusuke Matsu, to transfer the 5 million yen in order to get the tape, and tells her that if anything is to happen to him, then the tape would be released. After questioning Matsuda on if he's working alone, Takeda gets another call from Demigawa, who is later revealed to be working with the task force, telling her to turn on the TV to the Sakura channel, and finds out to her horror that Matsuda had supposedly gone on TV to expose her as being Kira, where like the manga, her identity will supposedly be revealed by the end of the program. Like how Higuchi did in the original story, Takeda writes down Matsuda's fake name and is panicked at the fact that he didn't get Kira'd. And desperate, she asks Rem on what had happened, which puzzles the task force even more, with Elle even saying that she might be talking to a Shinigami, like how he did with Higuchi in the manga. Takeda continues to follow in the many footsteps of Higuchi's fuck-ups, as to get at Matsuda for good, she makes the idea with Rem under the eyes of the police. The movie having this really nice unsettling shot of her eyes now yellow like Misa's, and she bolts off to Sakura TV to kill her latest victim. What I will say about the start of this plan is that I enjoy how it plays into the Sakura TV storyline a good bit, where in order to really get under Takeda's skin, the task force threaten her with her public image being destroyed, as opposed to going for her killing of criminals. Because she works in the world of news, and given the very strict and harsh views Japan has on accusations, the thought of even being associated with Kira would most likely result in Takeda losing all of her momentum, and even her job, which makes her instantly begin to panic and make amateur mistakes. Having Matsuda act as a sleazy journalist is also to play into the idea that Takeda's career is on the line. All the progress she had made would be for nothing, and that idea scares her not just because she'd be financially screwed, but she would no longer be able to be Kira's partner and spread his ideology. In other words, the task force used the experience that Takeda has gained while working inside Sakura TV and takes advantage of it, knowing exactly how a person under that company would react to a threat like this. It's a great way to wove these storylines together for the final confrontation, and very much like the original source material, the next couple of minutes follow a very familiar plot, with the film giving its own flavor to adapting certain scenes. Like Kira killing a police officer after being pulled over, where in this version, Takeda creepily says the guy's name before jotting it down in the death note, and the policeman recognizes her from TV, which, fun fact, the motorbike death was actually the last scene that the crew filmed for this movie. Kira getting to the Sakura headquarters and finding out the set was a trap, where this time, Takeda doesn't escape in an epic car chase, but gets tackled and arrested right inside the station, with everyone wearing masks to hide their faces before blindfolding her. Seeing L pop in with his silly mask during this whole confrontation was very amusing. I'm glad that the film kept that idea of Matsuyama's consistent. the Death Note being revealed along with Rem, with all the actors doing a great job at showing how terrifying it would be to see him. And as Light gets his hand on the Death Note, being very curious as to what all the fuss is about, all of his memories come flooding back, with him spazzing out uncontrollably, rather than screaming like he did in the source material. Which, being honest, I think was kind of a weird choice to make, since him spazzing out and then telling L that he's completely fine just felt a bit off. The scream from before feels like it would be much easier to cover up, especially given the circumstances. But as Light declares that he's won, the movie cuts to the flashback of Light, Ryuk, and Rem talking in the forest. The film cutting out the whole switcheroo plan that the manga indulged in and keeping only the bare essentials, because even without all of that, this shit still works. But what's interesting is that Light this time makes Rem write in the fake rules instead of Ryuk from before. I'm guessing the film did it this way in order to show how much control Light had over Rem, and that to protect Misa, Light understands that the Shinigami would do anything to let her live. It's a nice and subtle way to show off this little power dynamic, and will serve as great material for later on in the story. As L puts 2 and 2 together and the task force despair at the fact that Takeda being put on trial would be impossible given all these supernatural elements to the killings, L declares to Takeda that she would be sentenced to death if they can prove how it works. But before he can even think about using the Death Note himself, maybe to even kill Takeda with it, which with this L I wouldn't put it past him, this version really indulges in the fact that he likes putting people to death, Rem flies up and springs into action with a whole speech he gives to the task force, acting as a distraction so that Light can write down Takeda's name with his own blood. Rem gives Takeda a last kick in the teeth where he tells the task force to write her name down for proof of the Death Note's power, and Takeda gets Kira'd behind everyone's backs, leaving the task force bewildered, L frustrated when he can't find Takeda's name in the Death Note, and Light euphoric with victory. Takeda's arrest and death is a whole scene I think adapts the original manga's story extremely well, despite it being completely different. Although on a surface level the scenes cannot even be remotely compared to one another, tonally and thematically, the two are practically identical. Both scenes get the exact same goals across in that Light manages to get his memories back and successfully kills off the new Kira, all while trying not to be caught by L or any of the task force. This film I think doing a far better job because Rem is just sitting there going like blah, 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 look at me blah, blah, blah. Despite the two stories going in completely different directions in regards to the climax, the movie manages to perfectly return to the ending of this plotline and retain the original magic of the manga's story, despite the different journey the film took to get to this destination, which again is proving that the effort towards the writing is staggering. Most adaptations that deviate from the source material usually result in losing the original vibes and spirit of the story, but this movie manages to give you the exact same spirit of the manga, even though it gives you it in a whole new package. And the writers, like it's nothing, just makes it look completely natural. To think that Kaneko and his crew were able to create this kind of plot on a laptop while he was struggling to keep up his schedule. Again, Japanese people are just, they're built different. How in the fuck did they do it? Fun facts about this scene. The whole part of this sequence was shot inside Japan Television Kojimachi Studio, and the scene was so intense that everyone on set was silent as the actors did their scenes. When Takeda was getting tackled and manhandled, Katase was replaced with a stunt double who took all the hits. And I just think it's really funny that this stunt double just has black hair, meanwhile Katase has this like flaming ginger. I guess they couldn't find a wig that day, so fuck it, we ball. Light spazzing out instead of screaming once he gets his hand on the Death Note was actually a suggestion pitched by Fujiwara, and he and Kaneko discussed the best way that they could represent the emotional side to Light's character. And to make Light look a bit more evil, makeup was applied to him so that his face would have a more sinister look to it. Makeup that was so subtle that I didn't even notice it. But even without this knowledge, I could still see a change in Light just by looking at him. Just another example of the efforts towards this movie being 110%. Truly, truly good shit. But before I go back to the movie's plot, I'm going to take this chance to briefly mention Nana Katase, and the really cool career she's had before and after Death Note. Katase was born in 1981 and was an actress for 1 movie and 13 TV dramas before landing the role of Takeda, the first show she was ever a part of being Great Teacher Onizuka Special as Yamaguchi Rika, released in 1999. Katase is also a well-known musician, and had released 6 singles and 3 whole albums before working on Death Note. And as of up until 2021, Katase has had a very long career in regards to more TV dramas and other films. Fun fact, she played the character Mayumi in the 2012 game Yakuza 5. With Takeda dead and the Death Note now being in their custody, the task force theorized over the fate of the other Kiras, with Rem being as vague as he was in the manga. And with L dead set on catching the new Kira that popped up, Light and Misa are finally let go. But as they part ways, Light makes Misa do his plan from the manga, which all plays very similarly to the source material, albeit the movie does the whole forest bit during the night, rather than the day, which I think makes far more sense given the lack of people that Misa would bump into at that time. And rather than Misa doing the ideal immediately with Ryuk when she finds out that she doesn't remember L's name, the movie changes it to that Misa does the deal many hours later, which I think was a splendid change, as it, without words, showed that Misa was trying every possible way to remember L's name and prove herself useful to Light, knowing the ramifications of doing the deal again, only to run into a brick wall and realize that she has no way of getting it back unless she does the deal again. The way the film conveys this desperation inside Misa, and seeing Ryuk's complete apathy to what's going on, was a beautiful adaptation to the original scene. And in my opinion, I think it was done a little bit better. But with the deal being all done and dusted, back at the L Shack, Kira is back doing his thing, and L does what his manga counterpart did, and proposes that they test the 13-day rule to see if it's bullshit or not. This whole part of the movie, despite having completely different characters be Kira and have so many differences from before this act, plays out very similar to the way the manga played out. And yet despite the movie going very different, at least in terms of plot beats, it didn't feel jarring, but actually very natural, once again proving the very tight writing of these movies. But it's when we get around to L's execution does the film finally begin to divert again from the manga, and the last act of this movie is something that doesn't even come close to being the same story from the comic. Accepting the fact that an execution was needed to test L's theory, Soichiro decides that he should bear witness to the experiment, meaning that he and the task force would take the Death Note and fly to America, where the execution would be taking place. And for added security measures, Soichiro cuffs himself to the Death Note case the whole time. As they drive off, L and Light are finally alone, where L wastes no time in telling Light that he still suspects Misa of being the second Kira, and that she was going to be coming back to the headquarters with Watari, where L plans to show his face to her once again and grab her the moment she even attempts to write down his name. Light catching on to L's plan as he listens was a very great detail, the two sharing a similar mindset in regards to women.
大学で知った私の本名は監禁の間に忘れてしまったということだと思います。
忘れるのは女の特技だからな。
Based. The joke is fucking bad. Just reminding you all once again, if you complain, I will get worse. Allow me to have at least one misogyny joke, okay? Okay, cool. With the plan in motion, L and Light watch Watari and Misa enter the building, and when Light asks what will happen if L was to die, L informs that his heart is attached to a sensor, where if it was to stop beating, the Death Note would be burned up, ceasing to exist. Realizing that Misa is in danger, Rem leaves the room, and monologues to the audience on what he now has to do, and as he dies, Watari and L are killed, like in the manga, and Rem's Death Note, something that Light had picked up from before, now burns up in blue flames, because Rem refuses to let Light get his hands on it, making it so that Rem's notebook is officially no more. While not as impactful as it was in the manga, given that he had way less screen time, Rem's death I still feel carried a bit of weight in showing not just the despair that he had in realizing that he was going to die, but also shows off the disgust that he has towards Light suddenly shoving Misa into a corner with no way out but death. His monologue was a very good way to explain to the audience the sheer lack of humanity Light had to have in order to go through with this plan, and also shows how terrifying he is that he remembered the seemingly small detail of a Shinigami dying when they try to save a human life, Light being revealed as to use any kind of advantage he could get to get a win over L. Rem in the movie I feel like was still a respectful adaptation of the character from the manga. The writers kept his more reserved nature, and the love he has for Misa drives him very strongly throughout the story, resulting in a version that, while a little underdeveloped, still had a nice role to play in the movie's plot. And now that Rem is officially gone, I guess I can finally talk about some fun facts that relate to his voice actor, Shinosuke Ikehata, who has by far the most interesting story. Ikehata was born in 1952, and by the age of 3, he was working on becoming the successor to his father, Yuki Yoshimoto, who in Japanese culture is very popular thanks to being taught in Yoshimoto Ryu, one of the famous schools that teaches the theater style of kabuki. After his parents divorced when he was 5 years old, he lived with his mother Kyoko Ikehata, and when he was in his second year of elementary school, he moved in with his grandparents in Kagoshima City to attend Sakai City Hamadera Middle School, where he lived up until his teenage years, and during this time changed his name to Ikehata as a way to distance himself from his father. While at school, Ikehata had dreams to become an actor, and had practiced a lot while he was in middle school. After he graduated, he attended the private high school Manoyama Gakuen in Osaka, but during his first year, he actually ran away from home, and on the run, he moved to Tokyo, becoming a dancer at a go-go club in Roppongi, a famous nightlife city inside Tokyo. For many years, Ikehata's main job was being a dancer for clubs, and during this time, he went by the stage name Peter, which he adopted when he was 16 years old while in Roppongi, and he adopted the name given that his style of dress resembled that of the fictional character Peter Pan, as his androgynous looks made it very hard for people to tell if he was a man or a woman. But dancing at go-go clubs would not be the end of Ikehata's career, and he would eventually make his way to stardom in the film Funeral Parade of Roses, released in 1969. Where he became an overnight sensation due to his transsexual-like attractions, as in the movie he played a transgender character. This performance got him praise and adoration by thousands of people, not only because it was a very good performance, but it was also because that during this time in Japanese history, there was a small social rebellion where a lot of gay and feminine men were dressing and acting non-masculine as a way to subvert and evolve the idea of what it means to be a man. And Ikehata, completely without his knowledge, was showing that very thing on the big screen, making him one of the big faces of this little rebellion. Although Ikehata himself is actually biologically male and not trans, he says this himself, by the way, in case any of you try to get on my fucking case about this, his more androgynous appearance allowed him to often play transgender and female characters, usually appearing on stages wearing dresses and other female attire. In regards to his actual sexuality, one interview he gave in 1970 had him say the following: "I don't think it will make any difference at all whether I will fall in love with a man or a woman. Love is what's important, not the sex of one's partner." So with that, I think it's safe to say he's either bisexual or pansexual, which is that term a lot of queer people use. I'm not going to be too technical in regards to this because, you know, I ain't gay. I'm not even going to pretend like I'm educated in this field, so yeah. Guardian Spy still leaves a bit of a sting for me. So yeah, this guy's history is nothing short of fascinating. Being young, being a theater kid, running away from home to join the circus theoretically, it's all a very interesting life. But what's very strange, and a little bit sad, is that there was no behind-the-scenes footage of Ikehata performing as Rem, or any footage of him anywhere. no matter how hard I looked to find some. And while I absolutely do not want to throw out any accusations when I say this, I think that given his past as a bisexual man playing transgender characters, and given that he was originally a stripper before becoming an actor, his name was just sort of swept under the rug by the production. Which does make sense to me, given that Japan is still very bigoted in those regards. Despite that, entire sexual rebellion that the 70s had. Japan goes through phases, okay? But again, that's merely just a theory. I don't know what actually happened behind the scenes in regards to Ikehara's time on set, nor will I try to pretend as if I know. For all intents and purposes, maybe he didn't like to be filmed. Maybe he wanted to just keep this all a secret. Maybe he just has a more private life, I don't know. I just thought that this part of my research was something worth sharing. Tell me in the comments what you think happened, I don't know. As for Rem's motion capture, which was once again done by Digital Frontier and over 40 staff animated them, Rem was performed by actor Segiguchi Akira, who in the first movie played as one of the reporters during the courthouse death. In behind-the-scenes footage, he talks about the thoughts he had to put into his performances, as unlike Ryuk, Rem was not allowed to be very expressive, because he wasn't like that in the manga, meaning that Akira was very limited in the acting he was even able to do. And I guess the most obvious fun fact here that the attentive of you might have caught on to way earlier is that in this version, Rem is a guy, not a girl. My guess is that this was due to that one time in the manga where Light called Rem a he, but I guess that during the whole production of these movies, the crew all thought that Rem was actually a guy. Some might call this queer erasure or something, but personally, I think that Rem being mistaken for a guy was just that. An honest mistake. It doesn't really change the plot in any way, Rem is still the same character, but I just find it really funny that this was something that the author, despite making Rem female from the very start, just at no point throughout the production of these movies ever corrected the crew on this. I guess that they thought Ikehara was such a good choice that they just changed Rem's gender to suit the actor. Maybe Oba just thought it was funny to keep his mouth shut. Maybe the crew didn't want Ikehara to voice a female character, so they automatically changed Rem to he. I have no idea, but either way, this being Rem's first voice despite being canonically female, it's just kind of funny to me. The whole research into Rem and Ikehara has by far been the highlight of this fucking retrospective, like holy shit, everything was just so amazing. And given that this scene was also the moment of Watori dying, firstly I will say that the role of Watori was very similar to that of the manga, in that his actual character wasn't really anything to write home about. I know that's really the point since the story is mainly focused on L, and for what he was worth, I feel Fujimura did an excellent job acting as the old butler in this movie. He doesn't do much, but he's still fun. I liked him. Which transitions me nicely into talking about the man himself. Born in 1932, Fujimura once attended the Waseda University drama course, before dropping out and joining Toho Talent College. He spent 1 year in Paris studying the art of pantomiming, and after coming back to Japan, got his first role in the film Seishun Kigeki Shadowinchi Gakuen in 1970, and had a very long career in the world of films and TV, starring in 12 movies and 10 TV shows before being cast as Watori for Death Note. Fun fact, he was the Japanese voice of Kahar in the famous British classic Watership Down, and was also the voice of Tanaka in the anime Black Butler, from 2008 to 2014. And unfortunately, this man is no longer with us, as in 2017, he would die of heart failure at the age of 82, living another 2 years after his last ever gig in 2015. Rest in peace, old man. You betrayed Watori so damn well. As L passes away and Light bathes in his own glory that feels way more venomous than it did in the manga given that L lasts longer here, he incites his new plan. Get the Death Note from America back, where to do so, he writes down his own father's name. Something that Misa is understandably horrified by, since Light almost instantly begins to show the cracks in his philosophy. But Light now is completely gone. Rei's dead, Naomi's dead, Shiori's dead, Rem's dead, L's dead, Watori's dead. The task force are nowhere to be seen. The only thing that remains now is the satanic child of Kira, who even throws back the line he disarmed Misa with so long ago, showing clearly that Light is a massive hypocrite. It was great to see the rose-tinted glasses Misa wore for Light even for a split second fade away from witnessing such a heartless act. But Kira's fury and persuasion make her get back in line, since she realizes that now, there is no going back. The god of the new world is about to emerge, and she will forever be the sword that he throws at criminals for the rest of her shortened life. Fun facts about this scene: the idiot line that Light shot at L at the end was a line suggested by Fujiwara himself, and Kaneko enjoyed it so much that he kept it in the movie. And the scenes inside this building were the last scenes that Fujiwara acted in as Light, and after the whole experience, he had this to say.
昨日はね、帰りに車の中でずっとちょっと考えてて、寝る前もいろいろ振り返ったりしたんですけど、非常にいい意味でですね、ずしっとこう来る作品でしたね。やっぱりこの役をやるのも非常にリスクがあったし、大変でしたし、作品全体ももちろん原作のファンもいて、いろんな意見があまりあったと思うんですけれども、全うできたというか、最後まで本当に役を
And acted well you did. God bless you, Fujiwara. And because this is basically the time where Light is pretty much completely gone, I'm simply going to be calling Light Kira throughout the rest of this analysis, both because I am sick of the number of times I've been saying the word Light, and also because I think it makes the whole degradation of his character a lot more poignant. Night falls upon Japan, and Kira and Misa wait for Soichiro to come back, which he does right on schedule. When he sees his father, Kira goes on a whole spiel about how his respect for his dad never faltered and found his integrity admirable in his youth, but that his death, while sad, is for the greater good, and that with him regaining the Death Note, he would begin a new era of peace and prosperity as the god of the new world, proving once again that not a single person is safe from this monster. Light has truly fallen from grace now, where even someone as precious as his father isn't spared from his wrath. Every word that he says to Soichiro comes from a voice that sounds shallow and without shame, like it was scripted long before the words were ever uttered. To me, the voice that speaks here is not Light, but Kira, throwing Light's father to the wolves for his own selfish gains. And like in the manga, Light's battle with L results in his victory. Until everything changes. Soichiro does as he's commanded and opens the suitcase, only to reveal that the Death Note isn't inside. And as the task force appear from the shadows and point their guns at Kira, he hears a voice that in the manga was dead, but here is somehow still alive. Yes, in this version of Death Note, L survives. We are now no longer in manga territory, and we are now completely in a new timeline of events, which left me completely shocked the first time I saw it. Because you might be rightfully asking, how did L survive? Didn't Rem write his name down and kill him? Wasn't everything going according to Kira's plan? Well, L's plan, like Light's from the last movie, reveals the writer's extreme skill in finding loopholes in the Death Note's rules, using that one rule that was established in the first few minutes of the sequel, and crafted this fantastic play. So,
here's exactly what happened. As it turned out, the whole trap to catch Kira in the act happened way before he even realized. While Misa was out, she was using the real Death Note to kill criminals. But from the second day onward, she was writing down the names in a fake copy of the Death Note that the task force had made. The task force got these names thanks to watching her over cameras in their room, meaning that all the killings she did that were reported, all fake, done to convince Kira that his plan was going to work. As for the whole experiment in America, that was a lie too. Thanks to Misa acting as Kira, L already got evidence that the 13-day rule was fake. And the plan to have Soichiro and the boys go to America was all a ploy to make Kira believe that the two were finally alone. Over security cameras, this meant that the killing of L was seen by everyone at the task force, where Kira confessed to everything. One part of this plan that L didn't expect was to have Kira use the Shinigami to kill him. But he knew that his name would eventually be written down in the Death Note, and the way he got around this was the most daring play L has ever done. He wrote his own name down in the real Death Note, which states that he will die in 23 days, using the logic that if his fate is written down, nothing can be done to change his fate. L, to beat Kira in this game of hope versus despair, sacrificed his own life to get his proof. And say what you want, but the plan was pretty much flawless. With that final play, L had surpassed Kira and caught him in the act in his own game. Isn't that right, Light Yagami?
Like the first movie, Last Name is extremely clever in sticking to the rules of the canon Death Note, while doing their best to tell a different tale. And the logic they used of the Death Note cementing someone's fate as a way to overcome the death being done earlier, that is actually insane. That is so fucking clever. What's even better about this whole twist is that this whole plan was actually staring at you right in the face the entire time, but on a first viewing, you wouldn't have noticed it. One small detail that the movie drops was that Soichiro came back to the headquarters, and the second car that went with him was already there. But the biggest one was that the sensor that L had that would destroy the Death Note if he happened to die. Did you notice how during this whole climax, and the entire scene of him actually dying by Light's feet, that sensor never went off? Not even once. There wasn't a beep, there wasn't any kind of notion that actually triggered. L's death just ended in total silence. It's small details like that that make this whole twist so gripping to watch. Like a mystery, the truth comes rushing in at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Things that were odd before suddenly make complete sense, and the feeling of Kira being trapped is almost suffocating. The feeling I got from watching this false god getting cornered so suddenly and so aggressively was an unforgettable experience. Seriously, I wish I could watch this entire twist with fresh eyes all over again. This whole twist remains as one of the greatest plot twists I have seen in all of fiction. But what I feel makes this scene even more impactful to watch was seeing Soichiro reacting to the whole twist. Soichiro's pure despair at the truth coming out is almost palpable. During this whole game, Soichiro didn't want to believe that his son was Kira. Hell, he never even wanted to go through with L's plan until L showed him that he had already set it in motion, metaphorically tying Soichiro's hands to go along with it. You can see the absolute pain in his eyes and hear it in his voice as he berates and scolds this monster disguising as his son, where Kira's retorts still reek of that holier-than-thou energy. It is a beautiful scene of a father coming to terms that despite trying his best and doing nothing wrong, he had accidentally inspired a monster that's more evil than even the most twisted of criminals, beings he had spent his entire life trying to detain and jail away from society. Soichiro was utterly betrayed, and although he is doing the right thing in stopping Kira, him coming to terms with the fact that it was one of his own blood that caused all of this chaos eats him alive. And Kira still isn't done, but before he can kill anyone else with the watch trick that he did in the Nier arc from the manga, Matsuda does what he does best and subdues Kira before he can do it, allowing L to finally solve how Takeda was killed before. And with nowhere left to go and nowhere left to run, Kira finally loses it. At long last, Kira exposes everything, and as he boasts about his grandeur and all the good he has done, L responds to his godhood with the same line Nier gave Light way back in the manga. And as Kira squirms his grandeur, Soichiro shuts him down with the most basic and easy to understand response to Kira's whole ideology. Because while yes, the law isn't perfect, and the people who made it weren't all saints, at the end of the day, it was done with the constant effort to do good. It was all created to try and stop evil like this. To try and change this system is foolish. To try and play God is selfish. And the mass killing of criminals so that the world now lives in fear of stepping out of line, while yes, it did lead to instant results, the long-term effects shows that that is never the answer. But the logical arguments fall on deaf ears. As Kira calls out to Ryuk and playing very similar to the manga, the climax of the film follows Kira telling Ryuk to kill the rest of the task force so that he can escape, offering Ryuk a chance to see this game continue, only for Ryuk to betray him at the last second. Ryuk remaining cold and unbothered by Kira squirming to get away from his fate. The fact that Ryuk laughed along with Kira so that he thought Ryuk was helping him during his time of need was a very unsettling but amazing addition, as it paints clear as day the true neutral villain that Ryuk always was throughout the story, damning Kira to a death where he will see neither the gates of heaven or the fires of hell, the film keeping in the religious lore that was in the beginning of Death Note's story, which you could probably guess I greatly prefer. And I know that a lot of people had criticisms of my critique of the manga's story, which when I look back at it, yes, I do understand that I was being maybe a bit too harsh on it, and I do completely understand the gut-punching power of the nihilistic ending, because at the end of the day, this was all about a false god trying to change the world, and in his death, he actually accomplished nothing. There is power to that. But I do like this idea that this monster that is Kira is getting no kind of afterlife. All of his victims, either in heaven or hell, get to go about the natural order of human life. But Kira, he gets none of that. It's down to purgatory with him, where he will never escape. Fujiwara's acting throughout his despair and death was absolutely incredible. His look of insane joy at thinking he had Ryuk by his side, only for that expression of triumph to turn into sheer panic from seeing his name in the Death Note, was such an amazing performance. And having Light die in his father's arms was such a beautiful layer of tragedy, as Light declares that he did all of this to try and enact the justice that his dad had instilled in him ever since he was a child, slowly going away into the arms of purgatory. Could these last few lines be the last ravings of a monster trying to escape his fate? Or were some of them the last words of Light Yagami, having come back for a few seconds before death? The truth is, I don't know. and that's what makes this death so impactful to me. All in all, this was a brilliant scene, and it was such an amazing change to the original story that still made complete sense. Fun facts about this climax. The final showdown was filmed in Tsukuba Gakuen Town, and the whole shoot took the crew 3 nights to record, because timing for the shoot was tight given that the building had no ways of shutting out any sunlight. But because they had 3 whole days to rehearse this, Fujiwara used a lot of that time to discuss with Kaneko on how to perform his moments properly, and it got to a point that the whole crew was even getting involved to help him get into the mood, really showing just how much teamwork was put into this moment. The blood that burst out of Light's foot when he gets shot wasn't actually CGI, but it was a practical effect that was attached to a small detonator, which when the gunshot sounded, was triggered. That's just a small little bit of practical effects that I think was really cool. With Kira finally gone, L vows to dispose of all the Death Notes, with Ryuk flying off as he sees that the game will now become far more boring to watch. And a few days later, L is seen playing a game of chess all alone, and Soichiro comes in to tell him the news regarding the Kira investigation. Soichiro had reported everything, except for the Shinigami parts, and L says that he told the ICPO everything, but no one of course believed him. It's then revealed that the police did not expose Kira's true identity, and that Light's death would be spun into how he was murdered by Kira. Something I think was very interesting to show that although Kira's justice was brutal and tyrannical, and his capture was the main point of the task force, even they can't deny that at least in the short term, Kira's reign did achieve great results. As Soichiro apologizes to L, with him calling him by Ryuzaki despite now knowing of his real name, L issues his own apologies, saying that he's sorry for all the lives he risked and lost in trying to catch Kira. And after Soichiro tells L that it was an honor working with him, L gives him some kind parting words, saying that although he never had parents himself, he could still see that Soichiro was a great father, through and through. After Soichiro leaves and gives him a soldier's salute, L, like he wrote in the Death Note, peacefully passing away as his hand falls right next to a picture of Watori, the man who was the closest thing to a dad, and the man he accidentally got killed while inciting his plan to catch Kira. This was a very beautifully somber scene, and L's expressions here are just so peaceful and heartfelt that it makes this whole death feel very sad to watch. It's kind of thematic too, that these final moments for L were, fun fact, Matsuyama's final scenes that they recorded, and they were done on the same day as Fujiwara's last scenes as well. His analysis of his own character was, like everyone else, very top-notch, and his parting speech to the crew after being told he had to give one was very amusing to me. I think it's just really good to know that after everything was said and done, Matsuyama seemed like he had a lot of fun in playing as L, despite, you know, the food hiccup. As we get back to the movie, 1 year passes and the world is now a different place. It's dark and cold, and the winter is in full swing, where we get a scene of Sayu and her mom making a cake to celebrate Light's would-be birthday, where the two share times where Sayu would want to blow out the candles, and Light, being a good brother, allowed her to do so, making her mom choke up and almost cry. Before she could properly break down, Sayu informs her that the snow had started, and that she would need to go to Soichiro so that he doesn't get caught in the snow, ending this scene on an absolute gut punch, where we finally get to see the mother react to Light's death. And Michiko's acting is just, it's so simple, yet it feels so real. I have experienced what a mother feels when a son of theirs dies. It's brutal to watch. Fun fact, the set of the Yagami house had to be rebuilt for this movie. They didn't keep it from the first one. And this small moment was the last scene that Godai Michiko ever filmed for the movie. And remember when I said that this woman was an absolute sweetheart behind the scenes? Well, I think I've put you through enough depression. Here I'm just going to show you some clips that paint that extremely well. I'm not gonna add any commentary to this, just watch.
みたいで息子のライトもねお母さんもいたわってくれて私が今手怪我してるのをねライトがすごく心配してくれてですね変な風に映らないようにとね私と茶化してましたちょっと嫁にはもうちょっとぽちゃぽちゃした方がもうしょうがない息子ですけどどうぞよろしくお願いしますいつから付き合ってからもう家族じゃなくなっちゃうのが寂しい第3弾をぜひ八神家復活
お母さんがねどうしても撮影終わったらねみんなでディズニーランド行きたいって言ってそう署名までされちゃった
My heart! Lord, if you're up there, please protect this woman at all costs. Please, I wish her nothing but the best. But as the movie ends, Soichiro is found by Sayu, which, fun fact, in one take, Mitsushima accidentally hit Kaga's forehead with her umbrella. And as the two walk back home, they talk about the current state of the world, as crime has now increased due to Kira's supposed absence, showing that the world slowly began to see the changes in society that wouldn't be possible if Kira was still around, once again showing the really cruel and harsh reality of such a society. Because, yeah, that makes complete sense. If this tyrant seems to not be going around killing criminals anymore, it makes complete sense that society would just go back to their old ways, where criminals would be thundering down the street, causing as much despair as possible. It's a very harrowing thought, but you would have to be truly ignorant to not believe that that is entirely possible. This leads Soichiro to ask if Sayu wants Kira to come back, to go back to the world where crime was 70% less and wars were not even a concept, and she cries, saying that of course she doesn't, because Kira had killed her brother. And to respond to that, Soichiro lies to Sayu, saying that Light had fought Kira up to the bitter end and died a heroic death, showing that even after all this time, he still never told his family what actually happened to Light Yagami, ending this last scene of the two on a very depressing and bitter note. Fun facts, this scene was shot at the gates of Toshimayan Station, and to create the snow effects, because it actually wasn't snowing at the time, the crew used a combination of cotton and bubbles to create the fake snow, and used a bunch of CGI to do the rest. This was also the last scene that Mitsushima and Kaga recorded for the movie, and like everybody else, they both seemed to have a great time on set. And with this scene being the last of the moments with Soichiro and Sayu, now would be a good time as any to share some history in regards to their actors, Takeshi Kaga and Hikari Mitsushima, starting with Kaga. Kaga was born in the year 1950, and was a former member of Gekidan Shiki Musical Theater Company, one of the largest and most popular theater companies inside Japan. His first ever artistic experience was when he was only 7 years old, when he joined the Kanazawa City Boys Choir, and he entered the world of acting through his roles of Jesus Christ in the theater play Jesus Christ Superstar and Tony in West Side Story. Like Fujiwara, Kaga would spend many years acting on stage, where he performed many different roles in many different stories, such as Macbeth, Les Miserables, Jekyll and Hyde, and La Cage aux Folles. I'm sure I mispronounced the French ones given my sheer lack of experience with that language, so if I mispronounced those then, sorry. But speaking of Les Mis, he would actually go on to reprise his role of Valjean during the encore of the 10th anniversary of Les Miserables that took place in 1995 in London, where he represented Japan and was joined by 17 other Valjeans that represented other countries who did their own shows of the famous play. He also did some voice acting work, where he played the villain Jiri Rudan in 1999's Pokemon the Movie Revelation Lugia, and voiced the character Dr. Kiriko in Blackjack the Two Doctors of Darkness in 2005. You know, minus the hookers. But what is arguably his biggest and most famous role to date was his character Chairman Kaga in the hit TV show Ryori no Tetsujin, which would be later known around the world as Iron Chef, a show that went on all the way up to the year 2022. Suffice to say, this man's experience on the stage, behind a microphone, and even on set really cannot be understated. This man really knows what he's doing. And fun fact, this won't be the last time we see him. I'm not going to tell you where we're going to see him again, but just keep that in mind. You might see him in a place that you'll never expect. As for Mitsushima, she was born in 1985, where she was born into a family of models, basketball players, and actors making up her siblings. Her first experience into the world of art was by joining the J-pop band Folder and the all-girl band Folder 5, who she performed with during the years 1997 and 2005. After doing a bunch of singing and modeling work, Mitsushima would get her first acting gig in 1997 in the film Rebirth of Mothra II, where she played as the character Shiori Uechira, better known as Little Girl. After playing Sayu in Death Note, she would go on to have a very busy career in film and television, with her winning 7 awards between 2009 to 2016 as of the time of this video being made. So she's clearly doing well for herself. But as we go back to the last minute of the movie, the story cuts to a scene of Misa wishing happy birthday to a shrine of light, and talks about forgetting something very important, symbolizing the emptiness of the Death Note leaving her without any memories of what she did, as she lives on to ponder what she has lost for possibly the rest of her life. The way she looks so blank and so lifeless, it's not only extremely creepy, but it's also incredibly sad. Once again, this story feels like a Shakespearean tragedy, where after all the chaos, everyone who survives are left without answers or even any kind of aspects of a future, and Toda's acting here just represented that flawlessly. Fun facts, this finale was filmed in Azabu, and it was Toda's last scene she ever recorded. She gave a very nice insight into what it was like being a part of the production of these two movies, and Kaneko even gave a very nice comment in regards to Toda's future in the world of acting. You know you did a great job on your first try when the director himself says that your future is bright. And given that she's still doing acting work, yeah, he was right. Toda's really fucking killing it. And the movie ends with Ryuk flying around and straight into the camera, laughing maniacally as he does so. What this could mean? I don't really know, but if I was to theorize, this could potentially mean that Ryuk's time on Earth isn't over. Now that one of his favorite toys is broken, like a child, Ryuk is gonna go around and just find a new one, where hopefully the next person who picks up the Death Note will be as smart, as intense, and as determined as the first ever Kira. And with all of that, that concludes the saga of the movie adaptation of Death Note. And my fucking goodness, what an adaptation this turned out to be. In 4 hours and 42 minutes, the 2006 movies managed to be both faithful adaptations of the original manga, and yet created a story that was so radically different that it made watching it not just new, but such an intriguing and amazing experience. Everything from the new plans, the integration of Sakura TV in the second movie, the new angle in which the film tackled Light's descent into madness, and the way the films add so many new ways to view the philosophy of Kira, Death Note and Death Note: The Last Name were both incredible movies that I feel don't just capture the soul and heart of the original source material, but even manages to take certain scenes and create something that I would argue even surpasses the manga in the way it told its story. I know I've said this ad nauseum at this point, but again, the added elements of tragedy that oozes out of this story makes this adaptation feel completely different. where the methods Light uses to score a win against L feel like a destruction of not just his morals, but his very humanity, leaving him as an unrecognizable demon by the end of the movie's runtime. If I was to look at this through a theatrical lens, it kinda symbolizes the story of Macbeth. At least, I think. It has been a while since I've read that story, so if I got that wrong, sorry. The tragedy that swims throughout this story makes Light's death one that is not only cathartic, as you finally get to see this devil get what he rightfully deserved, but it also feels incredibly sad in the fact that this once great and noble man who had pure intentions before, due to just this extremely unfortunate series of events, fell so far from grace, capturing the way that the manga and eventually the anime would tackle their respective endings, creating a beautiful combination of the two. It was a snowball of events that eventually exploded into a gripping finale, and the way that in the end both opponents lost the fight in drastically different ways was such a beautiful way to change up the original story's conclusion. I still find it so hard to grasp that these two movies, films that have such high quality writing, was achieved in just a year. This kind of storytelling is something most writers couldn't do in 5, hell, 10 years, and yet Kaneko and his crew knocked it out of the park not once, but twice. From the way the writers wrote these movies within the bounds of the original canon, these films were made with such laser focus and brilliant attentions to detail that most adapters would either ignore or try to change entirely to suit their own version, which makes the final movies such a marvel of narrative artistry. But I think, above all of this, the main reason I think these movies work so well is that throughout its entire production, Kaneko, the actors, and all of the crew just got Death Note. To illustrate this, here are a few quotes that I found across multiple interviews that paint a very clear picture of how Kaneko thought about the themes, messaging, and the social commentary that came from the original manga. And along with this, I will play you various clips of the actors talking about their characters and the themes of the story. I can see some similarity between Death Note and the way people heard each other on the web, on bulletin boards and blogs. In modern Japan, death is so carefully concealed that people don't even think about it. In other places such as the Middle East, death is an everyday reality, and perversely, these deaths can be seen on the internet by Japanese people. This perverse connection made possible by the net has a lot to do with what Death Note is about. I hope viewing Death Note helps the audience think about death.
面白いです。やっぱり L っていうのはもうこうだっていうのはないから。
なんかライトっていう人間が私はすごい人間元秀才でお父さんに憧れてっていう感じでこう大権力を手にしてこうどんどん崩壊していくすごいなんか。
Especially looking into the contemporary Japanese social situation. Because of the democracy, society puts all our stress onto protecting the criminals' rights instead of the victims' rights, and people get very frustrated. However, they don't want to dismiss the whole idea of democracy, so that creates a lot of frustration and dilemma and self-conflict. There's no one absolute value in terms of good morality.
まさか自分の息子がそういう犯罪といいますかね、そういうことをやってると思わなかったという、多分小さい頃からその息子には人間の正義だとかそういうものを多分間違った正義というかちょっと歪んだ正義というかそういうところまで突っ走ってしまってやっぱり難しい、テーマといいますかね、そういうものを含んだ作品だったなと思いますね。
ずしっとこう来る作品でしたね。重い作品になったと思います。
やっぱりその前編の時から思ってたんですけども、その L っていうもの役を一人の人間にしたい高さっていうかなんか人間的な部分っていうのもなんか少なからず 自分の中では出してきたから。
複雑な役柄でしたけど、すごいやりがいを感じてミサを演じることができて改めてよかったなって。
The original comic book itself had a lot of influence of it reflected issues that surround contemporary Japanese society that I don't think it's as metaphoric as much as something that's really going on. There's a big contradiction of the law system in Japan, and based on that, the Japanese people are frustrated every day, and those kinds of things are pretty much reflected in the comic book. I totally agree with that, and had my own frustrations and had a chance to reflect that in my films. It's not exactly a metaphor, it's more or less direct expression, so it is a reflection. Social commentary of the manga writer. That is so insightful. I just wish he was right. God, researching the manga has completely ruined the way I've seen this story now. Like the cast that would eventually go on to do the anime adaptation, the movies have this sense that everyone on set collectively understood exactly what made Death Note such a successful story to begin with. Every actor and every actress, whether they were a fan of the manga or not, took great pride and care into adapting each of their roles to the highest degree, adding ideas into the plot not because it was something they personally liked, but was something they felt would add to their pre-established characters. Matsuyama, I think, is the greatest example of this. He studied and understood L so well that all the additions he suggested ended up creating an L that had so many more layers attached to his already very complex personality. This level of care towards their roles is something that just radiates throughout the movies, and it makes the characters getting into new situations and coming to new conclusions such an exciting and stellar viewing, with this whole movie feeling like a what-if scenario, taking the exact same characters and just putting them in a different setting, and just letting them run wild. I went into these movies expecting the worst. I really didn't think that these movies were going to be good, but in the end, the films managed to subvert all of my expectations, and everything that I've analyzed and read up on for the production of this video has been an absolute blast. I can only repeat myself so often, so I'll just say it one more time. The 2006 adaptations of Death Note are works of art, and if you haven't seen them, then I cannot recommend them enough. Watching this very long and contrived video and experiencing the films yourself are two completely separate things. Give yourself an afternoon to watch these films and just treat yourself. They are absolutely worth your time. In a nutshell, peak fiction. So, with these films analyzed to near death, this is where the retrospective is going to go down another new road, because the 2006 movies actually have their own storyline in other works outside of it, with one of them being a sequel to this story, all about L, which is promptly titled L Changed the World, a story that was not just a film, but actually became a book adaptation, and the story that's contained in that one will be quite interesting to go through. So for now, my name is Manga Writer, and I'll see you in the next one.